Chapter 605, Legend of the Moon and Sunday. Chapter 605, Legend of the Moon and Sunday. Although the red-headed ghost was very knowledgeable, he had not taken the initiative to impart anything to Su Zimo during their 5 years of interaction. His sudden mention had Su Zimo intrigued. Right from the beginning, the red-headed ghost had not mentioned anything about his background. As such, Su Zimo was curious to see what the red-headed ghost could do. Su Zimo coughed gently. "Let me say first that I'm not going to learn any puny tricks that you ghosts use." At the mention of ghost, the red-headed ghost's mouth cramped up and he seemed like he was about to get angry. However, on second thought, he chuckled gloatingly. At that moment, the sun had just risen. A sliver of light spilled onto the cemetery and purged away the darkness and spookiness. The red-headed ghost squinted at the rising sun from the corner of his eyes and a mysterious white glow flashed in his right eye. As time passed by, that light intensified and sunlight gushed into it endlessly, turning his right eye completely white with a bright glow. It was as though the red-headed ghost's right eye had achieved harmony with the blazing sun and fused together with it. Su Zimo glanced casually and was blinded with 2 streams of tears rolling down his face instantly. Alarmed, he closed his eyes immediately and did not dare to look anymore. How scary. His eyes were extremely strong after he cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness and cleared both orifices. Back in the ancient battlefield, even when the paragon of Diamond Monastery released his sect's secret skill, Enraged Diamond Gaze, Su Zimo was not affected mentally. But now, his eyes were already dealt with such a blow from a side glance. If he had looked on directly, his eyes would have most likely gone blind. The most frightening thing was that even with his eyes closed, Su Zimo could still sense the power that was given off by the red-headed ghost's right eye. It was extremely tough and radiant. His right eye seemed to have turned into a blazing sun. Beside the red-headed ghost, Su Zimo felt like he could melt and dissipate at any moment. How could this be? A question popped into his mind. An intense scorching yang energy as such was the most effective at countering ghosts and they would want nothing more than to avoid it. How could the red-headed ghost possess such a method? Could it be that he was not a ghost? Suddenly, Su Zimo felt a sharp pain in his right eye. It was as though something was going to fall from his socket. He could not stop it even with his eyes closed. Ah! Su Zimo yelped in pain as his right eye swelled uncontrollably as though it was about to explode. His body shuddered and finally, he opened his eyes, unable to hold on any longer. His right eye had turned a sinister shade of white as well. It was completely white. It was as though something was floating within and was fused with his right eye. The glow in the red-headed ghost's right eye dissipated as he glared at Su Zimo's right eye intently while nodding. Indeed. The red-headed ghost curled his finger. A jade-white cobblestone that sparkled and glowed fell out from Su Zimo's right eye and hovered in midair. The swelling sensation vanished completely. As though a weight was lifted off his shoulders, Su Zimo fell to the ground and sat limply while panting heavily. This stone. Frowning, Su Zimo recalled something. Back in the cold cesspool of Tsang Lang mountain range, he encountered Dao Lord Extreme Fire with his dying breath. At that time, this stone was placed right beside Dao Lord Extreme Fire. According to Dao Lord Extreme Fire, this white stone was retrieved from a ruin but it could not be stored in a storage bag and he did not know what purpose it served either. When Su Zimo picked it up, the stone vanished bizarrely. Immediately after, he felt a sharp pain in his mind and almost fainted. Thereafter, a secret skill appeared in his mind, the Illumination Sword Formation. At that time, he had a hunch. It seemed like that stone had burrowed into his body. To think that it would fall out from his right eye now. The red-headed ghost held the white stone with his fingertips and rubbed it gently with a forlorn look, as though he had picked up a treasure. What's that? Su Zimo could not help but ask. Legend has it that in the depths of the universe's void currents, before life was born, everything was chaos. As time passed by, yin and yang were created from the chaos. At their extremities, the powers of extreme yang and extreme yin gathered endlessly, forming two terrifying existences known as the extreme yang illumination and extreme yin nether glow. The red-headed ghost's voice sounded, as though he had passed through time and was describing obscure secrets. The powers of the illumination and nether glow were so frightening that they shrouded the universe and extended through the trichiliocosm. The sun and moon of Tianhuang mainland are created from a trickle of power from the illumination and nether glow. A trickle of power? Su Zimo was shocked. Be it the sun or the moon, the power they contained was something that Su Zimo would never be able to reach given his current cultivation realm. The only way he could cultivate with the essence of the sun and moon was after he cultivated an essence spirit and turned into a fiend demon. The power of the sun and moon was extremely massive and endless. But now, the red-headed ghost was actually saying that the sun and moon above them was merely created by a trickle of power from two frightening entities. The red-headed ghost laughed. The universe void currents are so great that you can't possibly imagine them. There are a trillion other entities like Tianhuang mainland. In other words, there's also a trillion more of the sun and moon that you're seeing right now. Su Zimo was dumbfounded. Everything that the red-headed ghost said had completely unearthed all his knowledge. After pondering, the red-headed ghost continued, of course, those are only mystical legends that no one can verify. Or rather, those that can verify them are not in Tianhuang mainland and have already ascended to the upper world. After pausing for a moment, the red-headed ghost looked at Su Zimo deeply. That red-robed woman definitely knows about these things. Su Zimo remained silent. After looking at Su Zimo for a long time, the red-headed ghost closed in. His eyes blazed with the flames of gossip as he asked curiously, "Little monk, what's your relationship with the woman? Why did she help you so much?" After holding it in for 5 years, the red-headed ghost finally popped the question. Su Zimo was stunned. Master and disciple? On the surface, the both of them were like master and disciple. However, Su Zimo had never been taken in as her disciple officially. In the depths of his heart, he did not want to acknowledge them as master and disciple either. Friends? They couldn't be considered as that. Benefactor? Sort of. That question stumped Su Zimo for a moment. Hurry and tell me. You're killing me. The red-headed ghost scratched his ears and cheeks impatiently. After pondering for a long time, Su Zimo said slowly, "She will be my Tao companion." The red-headed ghost shuddered with an agape mouth and his eyes widened massively. Swoosh! The jade-white stone in his hands dropped on the ground at the same time as his jaws. A moment later, he gulped and the way he looked at Su Zimo gradually changed as he praised, "Little monk, you've really got guts." Chapter 606, Illumination Eye. Chapter 606, Illumination Eye. Su Zimo pointed at the jade-white stone on the ground and asked, "What does that stone has to do with the illumination and nether glow that you mentioned?" After pondering for a moment, Su Zimo said again, "I once obtained a secret skill from that stone, the illumination sword formation." There's no mistake. The red-headed ghost nodded. This should be the legendary Illumination Stone. Illumination Stone? Su Zimo frowned. The red-headed ghost replied, "There's different sayings as to where the Illumination Stone came from and how it was formed. Some people theorize that it was formed from the extreme yang energy of a world while others think that it's a speck of dust from illumination. However, it's undeniable that the Illumination Stone is related to the Illumination Stone. The illumination sword formation that you comprehended should be a secret skill that someone comprehended using the illumination stone." Su Zimo went deep into thought. Indeed, when he released the illumination sword formation, it was like a blazing sun and the sword cheese resembled the rays of the sun as well. The red-headed ghost continued, "The secret skill that I'm about to impart you is related to the illumination stone as well. In the past, the person who created this secret skill also comprehended it through the illumination stone, this visual technique." Visual technique. Su Zimo's eyes lit up. Visual techniques were also secret techniques used to cultivate one's eyes. It did not matter if they were immortals, Buddhas or fiends, and nor did it matter if they were humans or demons. Dermic formulations to cultivate one's eyes were the rarest types of legacies. That was because for every race, their eyes were the weakest parts of their bodies. For tempering of flesh and blood or refinement of tendons and bones, if any issues cropped up during cultivation, be it whether they were severely injured or their bones and tendons were snapped, everything could be recuperated to a complete recovery as long as it was adjusted in time. However, a mistake in the cultivation of one's eyes would lead to a huge problem: blindness. The eyes were simply way too fragile. For mortals, a single breeze was enough to cause them to close their eyes instinctively. Their eyes would feel discomfort even with a grain of sand inside, let alone endure cultivation. The reason why visual techniques were so rare and precious were because few people would dare to risk their eyes to try and create a secret skill. If any mishaps happened, they would go blind before their secret skills were even created. Although the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness was powerful, there was no legacy of a dermic formulation for eye cultivation. The visual techniques spread in the cultivation world had varying strengths, and their directions were different as well. The more famous ones were those such as the bewitching eye, enraged diamond gaze, and flaming golden eyes. Cultivators versed in visual techniques were definitely stronger than anyone else of the same cultivation realm in terms of combat strength. That was because visual techniques were instantaneous and were the most difficult to defend against. Although it was a good thing to be able to cultivate a visual technique, there was no joy in Su Zimo's eyes. Red-headed ghost, my golden core is already crippled and I can't store any spirit energy in my body. How do I cultivate a visual technique? Su Zimo asked with a frown. The red-headed ghost waved it off casually. It's fine, you don't need spirit energy to cultivate this visual technique. There was no need for spirit energy? Su Zimo froze for a moment. At nascent soul realm, cultivators cultivated their essence spirits and could make use of dermic powers to cultivate. However, before that, they had to make use of spirit energy for any spirit art and secret skill. That was where their foundation was. How could there be a secret skill that did not require spirit energy to cultivate? Unless, it wasn't a secret skill for humans. For his demonic cultivation, Su Zimo did not require spirit energy as a foundation. Frowning, he asked, what is required to cultivate if not spirit energy? No matter the type of cultivation, energy would not appear out of thin air. Demonic cultivation required the consumption of flesh. Immortality cultivation required the absorption of spirit chi into one's body. The visual technique would definitely have to make use of something to refine both eyes. The red-headed ghost stared at the rising, heating sun not far away and said coolly, using that. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and a look of shock spread across his face. Cultivate his eyes by using the blazing sun? Ordinary cultivators are not able to stare at the blazing sun for prolonged periods of time. Although Su Zimo could glare at the sun after clearing his 7 orifices, it would still be akin to setting himself on fire if he wanted to make use of the energy of the blazing sun to cultivate his eyes. Initially, I did not intend on imparting this visual technique to you because the cultivation process is indeed extremely dangerous. A single mistake would cause one of your eyes to go blind. The red-headed ghost picked up the illumination stone and handed it back to Su Zimo. However, I discovered this within you. You have the illumination stone with you. As such, the success rate of cultivating this visual technique will be extremely high and your efforts will be halved. When he heard that, Su Zimo gradually came to a realization. The visual technique was comprehended by an expert of the past using the illumination stone. Now that the illumination stone was in his possession, it would be much easier to cultivate the visual technique with a significant decrease in risk. Su Zimo received the illumination stone. Similar to before, the white cobblestone vanished in his hands once more. Immediately after, he felt a sharp pain in his mind and his right eye turned milky white and sinister. A moment later, it returned to normal. The blazing sun above us was formed from a trickle of energy from illumination. By making use of the blazing sun, you can nurture extreme yang energy in your eyes. The red-headed ghost said darkly, once released, that energy will be able to incinerate all living beings and destroy everything. In truth, Su Zimo could already imagine the might of the visual technique without the red-headed ghost's elaboration. Normally, demons would have to advance to the nascent soul realm and cultivate their essence spirits before they could absorb the essence of the sun and moon for cultivation purposes. But now, he had only just formed his inner core. In other words, it meant that his inner core realm would already be tapping into a higher level of energy. When cultivated to its peak, this visual technique is, hee. The red-headed ghost chuckled oddly. One of your eyes will turn into a sun. Pust. Su Zimo gasped. There was a blazing sun hidden in his socket. The moment his eye was opened, a blazing sun would appear. Once released, that might be a power that even emperors wouldn't be able to withstand. Immediately after, Su Zimo remembered the doubt he had initially. Since it did not require spirit chi and made use of the sun to cultivate, rather than a human cultivation technique, it seemed more like a dermic formulation of the fiend demons. Suddenly, Su Zimo asked, red-headed ghost, this visual technique is not a secret skill of humans, right? What do you care for? Are you going to cultivate it even if it's a secret skill of the demons? The red-headed ghost rolled his eyes and scoffed coldly. Humph, you're about to cultivate into a true fiend demon yourself anyway, so what are you bothered about? Su Zimo replied indifferently, although I conduct demonic cultivation, I'm not a demon. Hee. The red-headed ghost sneered, your human golden core is already crippled and you've only got a demon's inner core left in your body. Who would believe you if you said that you were a human? Su Zimo remained silent. A moment later, he asked in a seemingly casual manner, what's the name of this visual technique? Raising his brow, the red-headed ghost looked at Su Zimo in deep thought. As though he read the latter's intentions, he chuckled. Let's call it Illumination Eye. Wily fox. Su Zimo cursed internally. He had already sensed vaguely that the red-headed ghost had a strange identity. In reality, he was also trying to deduce something by asking about the name of the visual technique. To think that the red-headed ghost did not let anything slip. Illumination Eye was clearly a name he had just made up. Chapter 607, Old Friend's Descendant. Chapter 607, Old Friend's Descendant. After the red-headed ghost imparted the Sutra of the Visual Technique's secret skill to Su Zimo, he instructed, although you have the Illumination Stone, you have to be careful when you cultivate. The best timings to cultivate are at dawn and dusk. If you cultivate in the afternoon where the power of the sun is at its peak, your eyes won't be able to take it and it will hinder your progress. Su Zimo remembered everything to heart. This was something that he had to be careful about or it would be too late for regrets if he went blind. A while later, after Su Zimo ensured that he left nothing out, he got up and headed to the front yard. The little fox stood nearby with a dazed gaze and snoozing. Go on. Su Zimo fondled the little fox's forehead and smiled. The little fox was a demon and on this day of each month, she would come to the backyard for a bowl of spirit water from the red-headed ghost as well. Initially, she was extremely reluctant and was always scared out of her wits, shivering all over. Su Zimo had to carry her over personally before she gradually adapted. After 5 years, there was something that felt strange to Su Zimo. Even though the little fox had already formed her core, she was unable to take on a human form or speak. Su Zimo merely thought that it was a unique trait of the fox race and did not think too much about it. When she saw Su Zimo return to the front yard, the little fox ran over to the red-headed ghost and propped up her tiny paws. She kowtowed earnestly to the red-headed ghost and actually spoke in human tongue, "Greetings, Senior." The little fox's voice was extremely gentle and charming. Any male living being that heard it would definitely be filled with wild thoughts and their hearts would pound. However, the red-headed ghost was very calm and nodded. Why don't you want to take on your human form? The red-headed ghost asked with a fake smile. The little fox lowered her head and blushed. When the red-headed ghost saw that, he could not help but burst into laughter and teased, "You're afraid that you're going to turn lustful, huh?" The little fox turned even more embarrassed and shook her head repeatedly like a tiny drum. After laughing for a little, the red-headed ghost retracted his smile. "You're thinking that the only way to stay by his side is if you continue taking on this form?" The little fox lowered her head without replying. It was a silent acknowledgement. Of course, that was only part of the reason. The other part was that the little fox was clear that if she took on her human form, she would most likely not be as intimate with Su Zimo. Humans were particular about chastity and there would always be a barrier between them. Right now, she could burrow into his embrace and do whatever she wanted, be it snooze or be bashful with him. The red-headed ghost pouted his lips and grumbled, even after that lad joined the Buddhist sect and shaved to become a monk, he's still enjoying such a flourishing love life. I didn't even get to enjoy such treatment in the past. After returning to the courtyard, Su Zimo sat down and gazed at the gradually rising sun far away. At that moment, the sun had just risen and wasn't too blinding. He had to make use of this time to cultivate. He took a deep breath of air and recited the Sutra of Illumination Eye in his mind while gazing at the sun with his right eye. As time passed by, it seemed like a trickle of light was entering his right eye. His right eye gradually turned wild. The white pupil looked sinister and emitted a faint glow as it absorbed the sunlight continuously to refine. The temperature of his right eye was steadily climbing. Although it was a little painful, it was still endurable. Su Zimo could clearly feel his right eye fusing into one with the illumination stone. As sunlight entered the illumination stone, the extremely tough energy softened significantly. The damage to his right eye was also reduced to a minimum. From this day forth, apart from his mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness cultivation at night, Su Zimo would also cultivate this visual technique every dawn and dusk. There was still no activity in his dantian. However, Su Zimo did not give up and spent most of his daytime in the sutra chamber, browsing through the ancient books left behind by the two great ancient Buddhist monasteries. There were way too many ancient and precious books in the sutra chamber. How frightening was the foundation of two super sects. There were not only secret skills, but also weapon, elixir, talisman and formation techniques as well as many other things that were long lost. For example, in an ancient formation secret technique, there was something known as the spirit lock ancient formation. It was said that when set up, even the essence spirits of nascent souls would be restricted and they wouldn't be able to use their dharmic powers. There were many other secret skills similar to it. However, Su Zimo was unable to comprehend them because his cultivation realm was not high enough. Days passed by one after another. In the blink of an eye, another 5 years passed. Su Zimo had already spent 10 years at the bottom of Dragon Burial Valley. Evening. He sat on the ground and gazed at the direction of the sunset with the Mingwang prayer beads in his hands. An evening glow shrouded his body and his aura was dignified, like a magnificent Buddha. His right eye shone with a brilliance that could not be ignored. After 10 years, Su Zimo's dantian was still empty like a black hole without a trickle of spirit chi. However, there was no sign of disappointment on his eyes and face. After chanting sutras and paying respect to Buddha for 10 years, Su Zimo gained a tranquil aura. He was neither happy nor sad, unaffected by affection and humiliation and was almost in a Zen state. This was a sign of someone that was deep in the wisdom of Buddhism. The Soraka flower was akin to a wisdom root. Su Zimo's attainment in Buddhism deepened by the day. Backyard of the old temple. The old monk sat on a stone step and faced the red-headed ghost in the cemetery. Old monk, there's still no activity in that lad's dantian. I think that there's probability no more hope for him to restart with his immortality cultivation, the red-headed ghost said. How difficult is it for someone to rebuild their foundation after it's destroyed with their dantian crushed? Throughout history, there had been countless paragons and monster incarnates but none of them succeeded. The old monk sighed gently. However, the lad's comprehension of Buddhism is deepening. If he's able to restart his cultivation, he will be able to attain the true legacy of the Buddhist sections. What nonsense legacy! The red-headed ghost pouted his lips in disdain. Without spirit energy, he won't be able to release the methods of the Buddhist sects even if he knows them. What's the use? If it was up to me, I'd ask him to forget all about recovering his golden core and focus wholeheartedly on his demonic cultivation. Can't you see that even without his golden core, his actual strength now is only stronger than he was 10 years ago? The old monk shook his head. If he gives up on recovering his golden core and continues on his demonic cultivation, the moment he advances to nascent soul realm would be the moment he turns into a fiend demon completely. Isn't that good? The red-headed ghost mumbled. Right then, a spirit light descended outside the old temple. The old monk slanted his head and beckoned, causing a spirit crane to land on his palm. Frowning, he opened the spirit crane and took a look. With a conflicted expression, he sighed gently. The descendant of our old friend is here. I hate the aura on this spirit crane. The red-headed ghost squinted at the spirit crane and barked coldly. Is it him? His descendant? The old monk nodded. The red-headed ghost bolted upright and the chains on his body rattled. Instantly, he turned murderous. The old monk looked at the red-headed ghost. Calm down. No matter what, Daming and Fahua monasteries are indebted to him. Furthermore, it's just a junior that has arrived. What are you getting worked up for? Upon hearing that, the red-headed ghost calmed down temporarily and sat down once more with a terrible expression. Chapter 608, Don't Go Overboard. Chapter 608, Don't Go Overboard. It was late at night. The red-headed ghost asked with a frown, what's his descendant here for? To borrow and browse through the mystic Dharmic Lotus Sutra, the old monk replied. Sneering, the red-headed ghost said, so, he's got his eyes on this #1 secret skill of the golden core. It's no wonder why he made the long journey here. The old monk continued, it's just a sutra. If his descendant wants to take a look, he's free to go through all the sutras in the sutra chamber. Aren't you generous? The red-headed ghost pouted and grumbled. Right then, Su Zimo arrived in the backyard, ready to obtain a bowl of spirit water from the red-headed ghost. The old monk put away the spirit crane and turned to leave expressionlessly. The red-headed ghost placed the spirit water in front of him. Thereafter, he laid down with his back facing Su Zimo in silence and brooded. Su Zimo was confused and did not know what tantrum the red-headed ghost was throwing. He did not ask or think more about it. After 10 years, he had some understanding towards the red-headed ghost. There were things that the red-headed ghost would take the initiative to say even if he did not ask. There were also things that the red-headed ghost would not say anything about no matter how he pressed on. Su Zimo reared his head and drank the spirit water before taking a seat to cultivate. Not long after the old monk left the old temple, he returned. There were 2 more people around him. To be precise, one of them was human and the other was a demon. The cultivator at the front looked young and was at golden core realm. He wore purple robes with sharp brows and a defined set of features. With an indifferent expression, he gave off an aura that ruled over everything around him and suppressed all things. The purple-robed cultivator's eyes flickered and everything he passed by turned still, even the air. His mere presence was enough for someone to want to give up entirely. Behind the purple-robed cultivator was a burly man that was more than 2 meters tall and filled with hair from head to toe. His chest was bare, his bones were huge and his eyes gleamed with a scarlet glow. Anyone with a sharp eye would be able to tell that although the burly man had taken on human form, he was still a demon beast. The demonic chi shrouding the burly man was extremely thick and his eyes shimmered constantly. He was definitely not a kind soul. The old temple said, there's not much rules to this old temple. Other than the backyard where you must not step foot in, you are free to explore the other parts. You can retrieve any sutra that you wish to read as well. The purple-robed cultivator nodded and turned his gaze towards Mingzhen. At that moment, Mingzhen had just closed the sutra in his hands and was rising. Just as he was about to bow and greet the purple-robed cultivator, the cold voice of the latter sounded. Hand over that sutra in your hands. Because I want to read. Ming-Zhen froze momentarily. It was rare that there was someone else in the old temple. Even if this person did not say it, Ming-Zhen would pass it to him automatically. But now, the tone of the purple-robed cultivator was truly detestable. It was more like an order. He stood on no courtesy at all. Ming-Zhen could clearly feel that to the purple-robed cultivator, he was just ordering a servant about. Instinctively, Ming-Zhen turned towards the old monk. The old monk sighed internally. After all, this was something between the younger generation. Although the purple-robed cultivator's attitude was unpleasant, it was not in his place to lecture the former. The old monk did not wish to interfere as long as both parties were not at one another's necks. The old monk returned to the majestic grand hall and closed his doors after leading the purple-robed cultivator into the old temple. Monk, are you deaf? My master wants to read that sutra in your hands. What are you waiting for? The hairy burly man behind the purple-robed cultivator hollered. Ming-Zhen frowned. After a moment of hesitation, he handed the mystic dermic Lotus Sutra in his hands over. The purple-robed cultivator received it with an indifferent expression without even glancing at Ming-Zhen. It was as though everything was only right. Ming-Zhen was not bothered by it and merely smiled before turning to pick up another sutra to read. Right then, the doors of the sutra chamber were pushed open with a loud creak. A furry little thing walked out with fiery red fur that made it look like a ball of flames. It was the little fox who had just woken up. She yawned repeatedly and raised her tiny paws to rub her sleepy eyes. With a charmingly naive look, she nearly stumbled over the step of the sutra chamber entrance. Ming-Zhen smiled. The purple-robed cultivator seemed oblivious to it as his attention was focused entirely on the mystic dermic Lotus Sutra in his hands. The more he read, the brighter his eyes lit up. When the hairy burly man behind him caught sight of the little fox, his eyes widened. The little fox shuddered and woke up. Grinning, the hairy burly man said, "Master, there's a fox chick here. I'm going to take her with me." "Yes." The purple-robed cultivator replied. "Ha ha ha ha." The hairy burly man's eyes lit up with a vile glint as he closed in on the little fox while smirking. "Little thing, where are you trying to hide?" He got even more excited when he looked at the little fox who was retreating continuously with a frightful expression. Swash! Suddenly, the hairy burly man felt his vision blur and another person appeared. Ming-Zhen's palms were clasped together as he said with a deep voice, "Patron, please stop." The hairy burly man was overwhelmed by lust and his path forward was obstructed. Instantly, his expression turned extremely nasty and his eyes were filled with anger. "This fox chick is your Tao companion?" "No," Ming-Zhen shook his head. "She's your spirit beast?" The hairy burly man asked again. "No," Ming-Zhen shook his head. The hairy burly man straightened himself like a rod and glared down at Ming-Zhen with a domineering aura, sneering, "Then why aren't you getting lost?" "No." This time round, Ming-Zhen did not step back and his tone was resolute and unquestionable. "Monk, how strong are you to want to stand in my way?" The hairy burly man extended his palm and his fingernails shone with a cold gleam as he reached for Ming-Zhen's head. If his attack landed, 5 bloody holes would appear on Ming-Zhen's head immediately. "OM." Without retreating or dodging, Ming-Zhen chanted Sanskrit. "Roar." The moment Ming-Zhen recited his Sanskrit, the hairy burly man roared as well. In that instant, the entire world shook and the weather changed. That single roar disrupted Ming-Zhen's damning mantra right away. The hairy burly man was frighteningly strong. With nowhere to retreat against the hairy burly man's descending palm, spirit energy surged out from Ming-Zhen's fingernails and formed a lotus to receive the attack. Boom! The hairy burly man's palm collided against the lotus flower. There was a momentary pause. Instantly, the lotus flower shattered. Ming-Zhen grunted dully and staggered 3 steps in retreat. Boom! Before he could react, the hairy burly man's fist descended once more like a gigantic hammer, pummeling so violent that the void exploded. A hesitant look flashed through Ming-Zhen's eyes. Right now, the most effective method would be to release a golden core phenomenon. However, the release of a golden core phenomenon was also a message to fight to the death. At the end of the day, these two people were brought to the monastery by his master personally. Was he really going to fight them to the death with a golden core phenomenon? In that delay, the fist of the hairy burly man had already arrived before him. Ming Zhen could only channel his bloodline and prop up both arms to defend hastily as his golden core circulated with its full might. Bang! Sent flying by the hairy burly man's fist, Ming Zhen rolled a couple of times on the ground in a wretched manner. Hee hee. The hairy burly man charged forward with a ferocious glint in his eyes, barking coldly, "How dare you stand in my way with such puny strength? Don't go overboard." Suddenly, another voice sounded from the courtyard. It was calm and tranquil, as though it had a mysterious magic that could make anyone lay down their weapons. Chapter 609, I'll discipline it for you. Chapter 609, I'll discipline it for you. Even when the hairy burly man engaged in a conflict with Ming Zhen, the purple-robed cultivator did not raise his head once. He had a calm expression and stayed out of things completely. It was as though everything was not important for him. In the eyes of the purple-robed cultivator, there was only the mystic dermic Lotus Sutra in his hands. However, the instant the voice rang, he frowned. This was the first time he had expressed emotions ever since he entered the old temple. After a moment of delay, the purple-robed cultivator raised his head slowly towards the voice. Unknowingly, another monk had appeared in the courtyard. Dressed in grey monk robes, he had refined features and a calm expression. His eyes shone with a clear glow, as though he could peer through all the wisdom in the universe. The moment the purple-robed cultivator caught sight of the grey-robed monk, he frowned again. His pupils constricted sinisterly. The grey-robed monk looked at him as well. Both their gazes met in midair. The purple-robed cultivator's lips curled with a playful look in his eyes. With an unchanged expression, the grey-robed monk walked to Ming Zhen and helped the latter up, patting away the dust on his body gently. Ming Zhen wiped away fresh blood from the corner of his lips and whispered, "Be careful, junior brother. This demon beast is extremely strong." The grey-robed monk was Su Zimo, who had arrived from the backyard. The instant he stepped foot into the courtyard, he saw the purple-robed cultivator. Or rather, this purple-robed cultivator would have been the first person he saw even if there were 10,000 people around. Nobody could ignore him at all. Su Zimo sensed an extreme sense of danger from the purple-robed cultivator. The instant he caught sight of this man, he felt his hairs stand on end. The only reason why he did not reveal any openings was because he had cultivated Zen and Buddhism for 10 years and had a firm mental state. Although they had not fought, Su Zimo was certain that this was the strongest golden core he ever encountered. This man was much scarier compared to Shibuya, whom he met 10 years ago. In fact, Su Zimo had a feeling that he would have definitely been defeated if he met this person 10 years ago. He would not be a match for this man even if he used all his trump cards and turned into his demon form. The purple-robed cultivator merely glanced once indifferently at Su Zimo before lowering his head to continue browsing the mystic dermic Lotus Sutra. That single glance was a clear warning. The hairy burly man beside him shrugged. The voice of the grey-robed monk before him seemed to have a mysterious energy that could purge away the hate in his heart, allowing him to calm down subconsciously. Uncanny. The hairy burly man roared from the depths of his throat. "Monk, you want to interfere as well?" The hairy burly man glared at Su Zimo fiercely and twisted his muscular neck with crackling sounds. Su Zimo did not even look at him. His gaze was still locked on the purple-robed cultivator as he smiled and asked, "Patron, your pet spirit beast is hurting others and throwing a tantrum here. Aren't you going to discipline it?" The purple-robed cultivator continued reading the sutra in his hands obliviously without even looking up. "Ha ha ha ha." The hairy burly man roared in wild laughter. "Stinky monk, you're trying to provoke my master? You really don't know what's good for you." When Su Zimo saw the purple-robed cultivator's nonchalance, he stopped smiling and said calmly, "Patron, since you choose to remain silent, I'm sorry. Instantly, the old temple went silent. It was as though air had gone stale. "I'll discipline it for you." By the time the first word, "I'll," was said, Su Zimo had already vanished from the spot. At the second word, "discipline," Su Zimo had already arrived in front of the hairy burly man and stomped furiously on the ground, causing the world to quake with a boom. Even Ming Zhen, who was not directly involved, felt his legs wobble and shuddered for a brief moment uncontrollably, let alone the hairy burly man who was facing it directly. It was even worse for the little fox whose fragile and weak body bounced from the ground instantly. The hairy burly man's expression changed. This was way too ferocious. Earlier on, he faced a calm, smiling monk. In the blink of an eye, it was like an ancient demon that was about to devour others. An overwhelming aura shrouded him. The hairy burly man felt his chest go stuffy and was unable to breathe. Although the monk looked shorter than him, he felt like he was trampled by the monk in terms of aura. At the third word, "it," Su Zimo extended his massive palm and his flesh expanded, blanketing the skies as it descended. There was a terrifying aura as though all living beings were about to be suppressed by his palm. Although there was no spirit energy, that hand seal was the first form of the demon subduing seal. It was an innate counter to demon beasts. "Ah!" The hairy burly man roared in rage and the blood chi in his body rumbled. Baring his menacing fangs, he crossed his muscular arms and propped it upwards in defense. Boom! There was a deafening sound. The aura between the two of them was chaotic. The moment they made contact, the expression of the hairy burly man changed and he felt a terrible pain in his arms, as though they were about to snap. Although Su Zimo was only using one hand, the hairy burly man felt an apocalyptic power surging through like the crush of a tidal wave. It was unstoppable. 4. At that moment, Su Zimo had just said the fourth word. The hairy burly man's inner core circulated wildly and his demonic chi burst forth. All his tendons and bones rang and his fur and flesh expanded rapidly. His body was transforming swiftly as he revealed a menacing expression. Unable to withstand it, the hairy burly man's reaction was extremely fast and he revealed his true form immediately. Although demon beasts could take on human form after they formed a core, they could only release their true strength upon returning to their true form. The rise in combat strength would be at least 30%. "It's a Tao Wu." Ming Zhen could not help but exclaim softly in surprise when he saw the hairy burly man's true form. The Tao Wu was one of the primordial ferocious beasts. There were many types of demon beasts and their strength was mostly determined by their bloodlines. Among them, pure-blooded ferocious beasts were the strongest. However, even among pure-blooded ferocious beasts, there were stronger and weaker ones. The Tao Wu was among the strongest and most terrifying of the pure-blooded ferocious beasts with immense strength. In the primordial era, they reigned domineeringly in Tianhuang mainland and were extremely violent. At this phase, the true form of a Tao Wu was at least 100 feet tall. But now, against Su Zimo's blanketing palm, the Tao Wu's body looked like it was suppressed by a gigantic mountain and could not grow more than 10 feet. Finally, the Tao Wu panicked. It realized that the difference in strength between the two of them was too great. Even with his true form, he could not fight this monk before him head-on. "You!" Su Zimo's final word was spoken. Snap! Against the suppression of the terrifying strength, the Tao Wu's arms were crushed by Su Zimo's palm. Su Zimo's palm descended upon the Tao Wu's head and pushed down fiercely. Boom! Su Zimo pushed against the Tao Wu's head and thrust it into the ground. Instantly, a big hole caved into the ground with fresh blood splattering everywhere. The Tao Wu's face was messed up with flesh and blood. "I'll discipline it for you." Although the entire process seemed slow right from the moment Su Zimo moved till the Tao Wu's head was buried, in reality, all it took was a single sentence. By the time Su Zimo's final word was spoken, the Tao Wu was already unconscious. 10 years of dormancy. Su Zimo had focused wholeheartedly on Buddhism and his violent streak had diminished significantly while his mental state had turned much calmer. That was the reason why he did not strike directly even after witnessing the Tao Wu bully the little fox and injure Mingzhen. However, he was Su Zimo after all. Decisive to kill. Since he was going to attack, he was definitely not going to hesitate. He suppressed with a thunderous might that could not be resisted. He was an unparalleled saber with extreme edge. The moment he was unsheathed, a hole would be punctured through the firmaments. Chapter 610, Might of the Visual Technique. Chapter 610, Might of the Visual Technique. He's not dead yet? Su Zimo frowned when he sensed life from within the Tao Wu's body after thrusting the latter's head into the ground. This ferocious beast was truly frightening. Notwithstanding its tremendous strength, even its body was extremely tough. Despite the impact where even its face was contorted, it was still not dead. Su Zimo remained silent and exerted strength in his fingers with the intention of crushing the Tao Wu's head. All of a sudden, a sense of danger rang in Su Zimo's mind. He felt an extremely dangerous aura. Su Zimo turned around instinctively. Not far away, the purple-robed cultivator had already raised his head and was glaring at him intently. The purple-robed cultivator's expression was cold and there was an icy intent in his gaze. The purple-robed cultivator had not moved at all. With one hand behind his back, he held up the mystic Dermic Lotus Sutra with his other hand and did not seem like he intended to attack. However, Su Zimo felt chills run down his spine. The purple-robed cultivator's pupils were constricting. Initially, the constriction of one's pupils was a natural instinct. No matter the race, when one was agitated, terrified or hostile, their pupils would constrict. However, a normal constriction would cause the round pupil to shrink until it became a hole the size of a needle. Yet, the purple-robed cultivator's pupils seemed like they were round moons being devoured. The entire process resembled an eclipse. Eventually, 2 crescent moons were sinisterly reflected in the purple-robed cultivator's eyes. When he saw those pupils, Mingzhen's expression changed starkly. 2 words flashed through Su Zimo's mind: Eclipse Eye. Eclipse Eye was one of the most notorious visual techniques of the cultivation world and had roots that traced back to the primordial era. Although this visual technique was extremely strong, its cultivation process was also extremely dangerous. Throughout history, only a rare few, less than 1 in 10,000 people, managed to cultivate it successfully. Most of the others cultivated themselves into blindness. Now, even if any cultivators came across the cultivation technique of Eclipse Eye by accident, they wouldn't dare to cultivate it either. To think that this purple-robed cultivator would have cultivated that visual technique. To begin with, there were few people who could cultivate visual techniques. There were even less that could cultivate Eclipse Eye. Not only must they be peerless paragons, they must even possess immense confidence in themselves. When he noticed the changes in the purple-robed cultivator's pupils, Su Zimo realized that this was definitely not a weakling in Tianhuang mainland. 2 cold beams of light streaked through the purple-robed cultivator's eyes. The next moment, his pupils returned to normal. However, those 2 beams of light arrived before Su Zimo swiftly and silently, like 2 extremely sharp crescent sabers. To Mingzhen and the little fox. It looked like the void between Su Zimo and the purple-robed cultivator was a silk cloth that was sliced by the 2 cold beams of light. The temperature of the entire courtyard dipped massively. Watch out! Mingzhen only had enough time to exclaim. All of a sudden, a change happened. A bedazzling radiance burst forth in that eerie courtyard that was shrouded by the night skies. It was as though a blazing sun had descended here with a blinding shine. Illumination Eye. Su Zimo's right eye was white as jade without any impurities. The light that was released from his right eye illuminated the old temple like daylight. Suddenly, a burning column of light burst forth from Su Zimo's right eye and collided fiercely against the 2 cold incoming beams of light. Although the 2 vastly different energies collided, it was silent. The spirit energy between the both of them evaporated into thin air completely. In Mingzhen and the little fox's eyes, it was as though the void between Su Zimo and the purple-robed cultivator had distorted and was collapsing. The might released by two top-tier visual techniques caused everyone's visions to be impacted severely. Thud. 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 Su Zimo staggered 3 steps in retreat and the light in his right eye dissipated. Eventually, he was at the losing end of this visual technique fight. Even so, he was not injured. When a cold wave penetrated his right eye, it was diffused by the illumination stone right away. Su Zimo was rather calm. However, the purple-robed cultivator was shocked. He did not know what visual technique this monk had cultivated such that it could go against his eclipse eye. He had cultivated eclipse eye for more than 100 years. Yet, how old was this grey-robed monk before him? He looked to be younger than 40. Even if this person had cultivated the visual technique when he was in his mother's womb, it would only be less than 50 years at most. However, with the 40-years-old visual technique, the other party merely stumbled back 3 steps after a head-on collision with his eclipse eye that he had cultivated for more than 100 years. There was something even more bizarre. He could not sense any spirit energy within the grey-robed monk's body. What was the background of that grey-robed monk? The gleam in the purple-robed cultivator's eyes intensified with a joy that resembled the way a predator watched its prey. In a flash, the purple-robed cultivator had already arrived before Su Zimo. It was too fast. His speed burst had already surpassed the limits of Su Zimo's visual capabilities. How strong! With no time to think, Su Zimo took a deep breath of air and chanted Sanskrit. Om. The void trembled and the sound reverberated through the world. The purple-robed cultivator's figure paused for a moment as his ears twitched and closed in towards his face creepily. It was equivalent to muting the outside world. He had decreased the impact of the damning mantra to its lowest. Upon noticing that, Su Zimo squinted with a grim expression. This purple-robed cultivator was much scarier than he had imagined. Even though it was just a simple act, Su Zimo knew clearly in his heart that it was extremely difficult to do it. It was a sign that he had complete mastery over every single fiber of muscle on his body. Splash! The purple-robed cultivator's bloodline surged with the sound of a tsunami. Tsunami blood. This purple-robed cultivator had also cultivated to the realm of tsunami blood. At that moment, Su Zimo turned calm instead. When he saw that the purple-robed cultivator could shut his ears at will, he had already guessed that this man may have cultivated to the tsunami blood realm. The purple-robed cultivator had a domineering aura and swung his arms like a steel whip, crushing down onto Su Zimo's head viciously. An evil gust of wind howled. A tragic aura shrouded the air. Splash! Su Zimo's body echoed with the same sound of tsunami. In the eyes of Ming Zhen and the little fox, the fight between these two was like a collision between two oceans where each threatened to devour the other. Their bloodlines were way too terrifying. Su Zimo's body bent over and one of his knees seemed to buckle as he propped up both hands. It looked like he was bowing down in submission to the purple-robed cultivator and delivering an immortal fruit. Compared to the descent of the purple-robed cultivator's steel whip, Su Zimo's stance looked ordinary without any aura. However, the purple-robed cultivator's expression changed starkly. He had sensed an immense killing intent. Bang! His right arm collided against Su Zimo's palms. The collision of their flesh did not have any shockwave. Instead, it was dull and solid. Prior to this, any cultivator that met with this attack would be severely injured with their bones and tendons snapped even if they did not die. But now, not only has the purple-robed cultivator failed to suppress Su Zimo with that slam, he even felt his arm being repelled with a massive opening revealed at his chest area. Chapter 611, World-Cleansing Green Lotus. Chapter 611, World-Cleansing Green Lotus. For most cultivators, that was an almost instantaneous opening that was difficult for them to capitalize on. However, the purple-robed cultivator's opponent was Su Zimo. With a killing move from the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, he flung away the purple-robed cultivator's arm. Su Zimo's motion did not stop at all, and that initially bent over body of his spread open all of a sudden. Crackle. His tendons moved and his bones shook. Boom. His foot stomped heavily on the ground, causing the earth to quake. With the repulsion force, Su Zimo reached out with a pair of defined arms with muscles that were knotted together with a metallic luster. His fingers opened up and he reached out for the purple-robed cultivator's shoulders. At the same time, Su Zimo buckled his knees and thrust. His entire body was like a divine steed that was galloping over with a ferocious momentum. After Sanguine Ape Fruit Offering, he made use of the rebound strength of his body as well as the flexibility of his tendons to release Plow Heaven Stride and shift the momentum to his side to follow up with Divine Steed Dismemberment. The entire process was fluid as water without any sluggishness. Instantly, an extremely tragic aura was released with that charge. Even if a pure-blooded ferocious beast stood in his way, Su Zimo would be able to ram it into pieces. Divine Steed Dismemberment was the most brutal stance of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the Great Wilderness. Apart from that ram, Su Zimo's arms were also executing another killing move. If he managed to lock onto the purple-robed cultivator's shoulders, they would be ripped off immediately. Initially, the purple-robed cultivator had the advantage. However, after Su Zimo's Sanguine Ape Fruit Offering was defended, he revealed an opening that caused the tables to turn. The purple-robed cultivator's expression changed slightly at the sight of Su Zimo charging over. He gripped his fists and the joint of his middle finger protruded slightly as he thrust towards Su Zimo's palms. At the same time, the purple-robed cultivator leaned back and raised his feet to defend against Su Zimo's knee. Piak! Piak! Their fists and palms met and they shuddered. Bang! Immediately after, Su Zimo's knee rammed against the purple-robed cultivator's foot viciously. The purple-robed cultivator fell backwards with the momentum with a light motion as though he was floating, gliding slowly to the back. The toughness of Divine Steed Dismemberment was countered by the purple-robed cultivator's gentleness. Up till this point of his cultivation, Su Zimo had been in countless battles. However, he had never encountered anyone who could match him in melee combat. The purple-robed cultivator before him was the first. The purple-robed cultivator floated in midair and after a slight pause, he lunged forward once more with a killing intent in his eyes. Boom! The purple-robed cultivator threw a punch. A resounding bang echoed in the air. The purple-robed cultivator's black hair spread apart and his eyes shone brightly, as though he was about to fuse with the environment. That punch possessed the force of the universe and was invincible. Splash! Su Zimo did not avoid or retreat and allowed his bloodline to rumble within his body. His momentum had already climbed to its peak. Melee combat was the most dangerous. A single mistake could lead to death on the spot. Even against that seemingly invincible punch of the purple-robed cultivator, Su Zimo did not choose to retreat and the fierceness in his eyes flashed with a soaring battle intent. Ha! Su Zimo started with a roar and strode forward against the tremendous pressure. As he swung his arm, the green veins on it pulsated and his fist expanded to twice its size. His fist was like a gigantic green-black seal that was descending from the skies. Both their gazes were resolute and unshakable. Boom! Their fists collided against one another. The entire void went still. Ming Zhen and the little fox heard a jarring sound in their ears. Both men had fractures in their fists. Both parties suffered losses. The purple-robed cultivator narrowed his eyes with the flames of rage burning in them. In all these years, there had never been another cultivator of the same realm who could injure him. He hadn't expected himself to get injured in this dilapidated and unassuming old temple. Su Zimo was expressionless. He had not expected to suppress the purple-robed cultivator with that punch to begin with. After the punch, Su Zimo's palm went soft as though it had no strength and landed on the purple-robed cultivator's arm like a flexible bull's tongue. The purple-robed cultivator was alarmed and felt his scalp prickle. Boom! Without thinking twice, the spirit energy within his body surged and converged into his arm. Su Zimo's palm coiled, trembled and yanked. Shing! The purple-robed cultivator's robes were torn entirely, turning into pieces of cloth that floated in midair. Both of them repelled instantly upon contact. Although the purple-robed cultivator's arm was perfectly fine, it trembled slightly as though it had endured a massive impact. Fortunately, he had reacted fast enough and channeled both his bloodline and spirit energy. Otherwise, his arm would have very likely been snapped with that attack. You are courting death. The purple-robed cultivator's expression darkened instantly as he glared at Su Zimo, saying slowly. His entire aura changed all of a sudden and a shuddering energy shockwave surrounded him. It was a golden core phenomenon. Although Su Zimo had no spirit energy, he was extremely sharp towards the power of phenomenons. It was clear that the purple-robed cultivator no longer wanted to waste time with Su Zimo after suffering a slight loss. He was prepared to use his golden core phenomenon to kill the latter. Su Zimo had a calm expression. If the purple-robed cultivator released his golden core phenomenon, it would mean that there was no way to return and the two of them were going to fight to their deaths. At that time, he would not require any reservations and would circulate his inner core to fight with his demon form. Su Zimo's combat strength would increase in his demon form. However, even then, he was not confident that he would be able to suppress this purple-robed cultivator. This person's golden core phenomenon was frightening and could very well exceed his imagination. Junior brother, don't fret. I'll help you. Right then, Mingzhen braved the mighty force field between the two of them and arrived beside Su Zimo. His eyes were clear and a terrifying energy fluctuation shrouded him as well. Mingzhen knew about Su Zimo's dantian and knew that the latter couldn't conjure a golden core phenomenon because he had no spirit energy. As such, he rushed over, intending to help Su Zimo defend against the golden core phenomenon of the purple-robed cultivator. The purple-robed cultivator's gaze shone brightly as he focused his attention on Mingzhen. Su Zimo glanced slightly sideways as well. A pristine jade flower bud appeared behind Mingzhen, pure, flawless and dotted with dew. The flower bud swayed gently with a mysterious glow that purged away the darkness as though it could cleanse every single bit of evil in this world. The green flower bud was going to blossom at any moment. World-cleansing green lotus. The legendary and lost world-cleansing green lotus was actually at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley and was now coming from this unassuming little monk. Before the world-cleansing green lotus was lost, it was ranked relatively high on the phenomenon ranking. The ancient green lotus swayed with a bright glow and could cleanse all the sins in the world. This was a top 10 ranking phenomenon. In reality, be it in terms of cultivation realm, mastery of spirit arts and secret skills or strength, Mingzhen was not weak. In fact, he was much stronger than most of the paragons that Su Zimo had seen before. However, what Mingzhen lacked was the experience of engaging a powerful foe in a death bout. He spent his days cultivating at the bottom of the valley isolated from the rest of the world and did not have the chance to fight with others, let alone experience the brink of death. The combat strength that was commonly referred to was in reality not the actual strength of the cultivator, but the amount of strength they could produce. If someone could only unleash 30% of his actual strength, his combat strength would also merely just be 30%. In reality, Mingzhen's strength was enough to suppress the Tao Wu. However, he was the one injured in the fight against the Tao Wu. This was the reason behind it. Chapter 612, Di'in. Chapter 612, Di'in. Amitabha. The doors of the Grand Hall were pushed open accompanied by a Buddhist proclamation as an old monk with long brows that fell from both sides of his face walked forth. He had hazy eyes and said gently, Mingzhen, these are guests from afar. Remove your phenomenon. Mingzhen nodded. The ferociousness in Su Zimo's eyes faded as well. Since the old monk had shown himself, both of them were not going to fight anymore. The old monk turned his sights towards the purple-robed cultivator. Patron, although you are our guest, you've got to be orderly. You are free to browse through the sutras here. However, if you insist on fighting, I'll have to invite you to leave. The implications of his sentence were heavy. In other words, he was warning the purple-robed cultivator to behave himself. Given the seniority of the old monk, there was naturally no way he would lay his hands on the purple-robed cultivator. However, if the purple-robed cultivator went overboard, the old monk would not hesitate to have him leave as well. The purple-robed cultivator sneered, "Reverend, it's fine if you want to protect these two disciples of yours. However, I've got something to ask you. Can you protect them for the rest of their lives? This man injured my spirit beast." The purple-robed cultivator pointed to Su Zimo, who was not far away, with a cold expression, and said coolly, "You can protect him today. However, I'd advise you to keep him in the valley. He had better spend his entire life hiding at the bottom of this dragon burial valley. If I come across him outside, I'll have him hand over his head." The fact that the purple-robed cultivator made this remark in the face of the old monk was proof of his confidence. The old monk remained silent. Ming Zhen could not hold it in and refuted, "Your spirit beast was the one that provoked us first and wanted to take the little fox away. How can you be so self-righteous when you were the one in the wrong? Aren't you unreasonable? You want to talk about reason?" The purple-robed cultivator sneered once more, "Little monk, your naive attitude is sure interesting. This is a world where the strongest survive. If you aren't strong enough, you deserve to be killed. That's the simplest reason ever." Although Ming Zhen could not understand those words, Su Zimo could. Strictly speaking, that was indeed the cruelty of the cultivation world. Given Ming Zhen's current state, even with his capabilities, he won't be able to survive long upon leaving the Dragon Burial Valley. Oh, right. As though he suddenly recalled something, the purple-robed cultivator looked at Su Zimo and smiled faintly. "The intermediate ancient battlefield is going to open up in 10 years' time. Don't ever head there, or you're going to die inside." Su Zimo's expression was indifferent. He did not care about the purple-robed cultivator's threat at all. At this moment, he was not confident of suppressing the purple-robed cultivator even if he was in his demon form. However, Su Zimo firmly believed that he would become even scarier 10 years later. He would have been dormant for 20 years by then. He was convinced that nobody would be able to stop him the moment he stepped out of the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. Not even this purple-robed cultivator before him could stop him. Due to the appearance of the old monk, even though there was still hostility between the purple-robed cultivator and Su Zimo, there were no longer any clashes. The purple-robed cultivator had a lot of elixirs with him. Within a couple of days, he saved the Tao Wu whose life was hanging on a thread. After the Tao Wu woke up, the way it looked at Su Zimo changed. There was a hint of avoidance and fear in its eyes. For the following month, the purple-robed cultivator did not leave. He merely browsed through the mystic Dharmic Lotus Sutra day and night. After a month, he rose and brought the Tao Wu along with him to leave the old temple. At the same time, the old monk approached Su Zimo. He was direct and got straight to the point. "Are you intending to enter the ancient battlefield 10 years later?" "Yes." Su Zimo nodded and did not lie. Given his cultivation realm, and under the circumstances where he wanted to take his elder brother, Su Hong, with him to leave the north region, that was the best solution. The old monk continued, "All right, I'll make a move personally to open up a teleportation spot to the ancient battlefield 10 years later to send you and Ming Zhen in." It required the combined strength of 5 void reversions to open up a teleportation spot to the elementary ancient battlefield. The temporal space in the intermediate ancient battlefield was much stabler. To open up a connection point, the required strength would be greater and one had to be at least a Dharma characteristic. "Senior brother Ming Zhen." Su Zimo frowned and hesitated to speak. Although Ming Zhen was not weak, he had way too little experience in combat techniques. The ancient battlefield was filled with bloodshed and massacres and was even crueler than the cultivation world. There was a high chance that Ming Zhen might die if he entered the ancient battlefield. The old monk could tell of Su Zimo's worries. "Therefore, I want you to help him. There's still 10 more years. Try and think of a way to help him grow as quickly as possible." Suddenly, Su Zimo recalled how Dai Yu cast him into the Tsang Lang mountain range and could not help but smile. It's simple. Su Zimo said, we'll cast him into the depths of the palace and fight to his limits with the otherworldly soldiers under the pretext that he must not use his golden core phenomenon. A true growth will only be achieved through a life and death experience. The both of them chatted for a little more and the old monk instructed, if you encounter that purple-robed cultivator in the ancient battlefield, you must be careful and try your best to avoid him. Su Zimo frowned and could not help but ask, just who is he exactly? He's the #1 paragon of Chaos Essence sect and is undefeated across the same realm. The old monk said, it's said that he was already invincible through the Golden Core realm when he was in his 30s. If things go smoothly, he will definitely be a titular disciple once he reaches Void Reversion realm. What's his name? Su Zimo asked again. Dean. The old monk replied. Su Zimo raised his brow. It was a strange name that he seemed to have heard before. After pondering for a moment, Su Zimo's eyes flashed as he said word by word, the #1 perfected being of Tianhuang mainland who cultivated the Chaos Ocean. Dean. That's right. The old monk nodded. 100 years ago, that lad relied on Chaos Ocean to overwhelm all his foes in the ancient battlefield and arrive at the top of the phenomenon ranking. It was no wonder. Su Zimo heaved a long sigh of relief. That was the reason why this person could fight him to such an extent in melee combat. It was because he was the #1 perfected being of Tianhuang mainland who had managed to cultivate the golden core phenomenon of the human emperor's legacy, Chaos Ocean. Curiously, Su Zimo asked again, since he's already at the top of the phenomenon ranking, why is he still going to enter the ancient battlefield 10 years later? A rough calculation would put Di Yin's age at around 130 years old. The old monk explained, against the 500 years lifespan of golden cores, he's considered young in his hundreds. As long as his lifespan allows and the timing is right, he can enter the ancient battlefield. After all, there are way too many treasures and opportunities inside which have all been passed down from the ancient era. After pondering for a moment, Su Zimo asked again, he was already the #1 of the phenomenon ranking 100 years ago. Why does he still choose to remain in the Golden Core realm? That's the frightening aspect of this lad. The old monk said, there's nothing much to continuous breakthroughs. If one can pause in their tracks at a certain juncture to consolidate their past, they will be able to truly solidify their foundation and reach the true realm of harmony by becoming one with the universe. He was already the #1 perfected being of Tianhuang mainland 100 years ago. I'm sure nobody is going to be his match 100 years later. If you encounter him once more, you must be extremely cautious. Chapter 613, Heartache. Chapter 613, Heartache. The bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley was isolated from the outside world. Day in and out, the old temple sat there silently, distant and dilapidated. It seemed like there was nothing different about it than before. The only difference was that there was now another young monk with refined features. There was also another quirky little fox. Each morning, the young monk would gaze at the rising sun. At dusk, he would gaze at the setting sun. It was the same every day without any breaks in between. The eyes of the young monk turned increasingly brighter. Of course, for the most part of the day, the young monk would choose to browse through sutras and comprehend Zen and the Tao in the sutra chamber. Against a green lantern and ancient Buddha statue, he sat on a praying mat with a sutra gently propped on his hand with a calm expression and in a tranquil state. Beside him, a red little fox squatted quietly without moving. At night, the young monk would head to the backyard of the old temple. In the eerie cemetery, the sounds of dragons, tigers and endless beasts roaring would sound till daybreak before subsiding. Day after day, year after year. In the blink of an eye, 20 years passed. Time did not seem to leave any scars on the monk's face. However, his dantian was still empty without a trickle of spirit energy. After all these years, the young monk no longer tried to cultivate intentionally. Instead, he recited sutras and strolled every day in a leisurely manner. As time passed by, he gained a unique aura around him. It was indescribable. It was as though the young monk had reached the realm of fusing with nature. He looked like an extremely ordinary monk at a single glance. However, upon closer inspection, he was like an unsolvable mystery. Yet another night passed. Cemetery in the backyard of the old temple. At dawn, the young monk opened his eyes slowly and tidied his attire. Bowing to a red-headed burly man not far before him, he said, "Thank you for your care for more than 20 years. Naturally, the young monk was Su Zimo. In all these years, this was the first time Su Zimo had spoken to the red-headed ghost in such a proper manner as well as thanked the latter with such courtesy. Sensing something, the red-headed ghost raised his brow and asked, "You're going to leave?" "Yes." Su Zimo nodded. "Yes." The red-headed ghost replied distractedly. When Su Zimo's figure was about to vanish from the backyard, the voice of the red-headed ghost sounded once more. "Be careful out there." Touched, Su Zimo nodded his head. It was still early. Ming Zhen was still asleep. The doors of the grand hall were tightly shut and the old monk was not out. Su Zimo intended to wait a little more outside. Suddenly, his ears twitched and he heard intermittent calls. "Great! Great, monk!" The voice came from outside the old temple above the Dragon Burial Valley. The only person who would call him that was Demoness Ji. For some reason, Su Zimo felt his heart palpitate, as though he could sense that something big was about to happen. In his past 20 years of studying Buddhism and Zen, he had never experienced such emotional fluctuation. Su Zimo pushed the doors open and meandered forward with the valley. Before long, Demoness Ji's voice sounded once more. "Great monk, where are you? Hurry and come out. Mister. Su's not going to make it." Su Zimo's footsteps came to a gradual stop. He froze on the spot with a lost gaze as his mouth dropped agape slightly. There was only a single sentence repeating itself in his mind, "Mister. Su's not going to make it. Brother." Su Zimo murmured. His first reaction was disbelief. How was that possible? Even after 20 years, Su Hong was only now in his 60s. How was this possible? However, the next moment, Su Zimo realized that even though Demoness Ji loved to joke, there was no way she would lie about something like this. His elder brother was truly not going to make it. More than 10 years ago, Ji Yaoshue had already mentioned that Su Hong was not in a good condition. That was the reason why Su Zimo decided that he was going to take Su Hong with him to leave the North region after the intermediate ancient battlefield opened up. To think that, after 20 years of studying the Tao of Buddhism and Zen, Su Zimo had initially thought that he had already let go of many things including life and death. To think that the instant he heard this piece of news, his heart felt a piercing pain. It was extremely, extremely painful. At the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, Su Zimo leaned against the ice-cold wall of the cliff and slid down weakly to the ground. There was an indescribable misery flooding in the depths of his eyes. In a flash, Su Zimo recalled many things. He recalled the rivers of blood and mountains of corpses on that night dozens of years ago in the house of Lord Wooding in Yen country. A young man less than 20 years old protected 2 young children and escaped from the capital with all his might relying only on his guts. Although there was a savage slash on his face that nearly cut his head into 2, the young man did not care at all. After dozens of years, the 2 young children had already grown up. As for that young man of the past, he gradually turned old instead. He had already gained a lot of white hair by the time he was in his 30s. That initially upright body of his had curved significantly as well. With his firm shoulders, that young man carried the burden of everything and protected the 2 young children, allowing them to enjoy a peaceful and beautiful life. It was the same way he had charged out of the capital with them under his lead more than 10 years ago. He feared nothing. The young man of the past reigned the world with his sword. More than 10 years later, his sword no longer had that edge and he was much more restrained and mature. The only thing that did not change was his heart that cared for the world and worried for his citizens. That was the reason why he could stand forth and lead 5,000 black armored cavalry to hold off Luo Tianwu and gang who were massacring the citizens of Yan country outside Jianan city even when he had not recovered fully from his injuries. That was the reason why he could make that shocking statement. The Su family may have a family feud with the king of Yan. But your army raids the land of the country of Yan, intruding our borders and territory, slaughtering our people. This is national enmity. Family feud and national enmity are different. Su Zimo's sight gradually turned blurry. However, all those scenes flashed through his mind clear as day. Heis. A tragic sigh sounded from above the Dragon Burial Valley. 20 years ago, Glass Palace massacred 13 cities of Yan country just to vent their frustrations. The blow of that was way too great for Mr. Su. For the past 20 years, although he had been in the capital, Mr. Su's mind has always been worrying about the citizens of Yan country. He's truly a great ruler. His worries had turned into illness. Even cultivators would suffer a reduced lifespan and enter chi deviation if they spent dozens of years worrying, let alone ordinary mortals. Great monk, I don't know if you're listening. Demoness Ji's voice sounded once more. For the past few years, my sister and I have searched for many spirit herbs in the cultivation world but none of them worked. Mr. Su's health continued declining. For the past few months, Mr. Su would always talk in his sleep and call out for you and Xiaoning. When I hear them, I truly feel. Demoness Ji choked and could not continue. Su Zimo covered his head with his arms and curled up. He could no longer control himself and broke out into a miserable cry. Unknowingly, Mingzhen and the little fox had arrived by his side. The little fox felt her heart wrench at the sight of Su Zimo and closed in, rubbing her head gently against his ankle and whimpering to console him. Mingzhen lowered his head in silence as well, reciting Buddhist proclamations in his heart. Chapter 614, Once the Fog Fades. Chapter 614, Once the Fog Fades. Backyard of the Old Temple. The old monk and red-headed ghost gazed into the distance, as though their gazes could pass through the voids and look at the young monk who was bawling his heart out. The both of them exchanged glances. Heis. The old monk sighed. The red-headed ghost remarked sorrowfully, this was a day that he was going to have to face sooner or later. It's for the best. Who is the judge as to whether or not it's for the best? The old monk shook his head. Old monk, what do you mean? The red-headed ghost could tell that the old monk was implying something. The old monk replied, this lad is sentimental and for him, Mr. Su is an anchor. This was the anchor that caused him to shave to become a monk, to clear his mind and to stay here quietly at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley for a full 20 years. The red-headed ghost nodded. The old monk was not wrong. Given Su Zimo's character, there was no way he was going to endure things even if he had offended Glass Palace and the factions of the entire North region. Did he really not have any other method of leaving the North region? If Su Zimo wasn't waiting for an opportunity to leave the North region with Su Hong, given his character, he would have killed his way out more than 10 years ago the moment his inner core had recovered. The old monk sighed. Now that the anchor is gone, there's a chance that the nightmare of the paragons of the immortal, Buddhist and fiend sects, that strongest monster incarnate of history that struck endless fear in the hearts of countless cultivators is about to return. The red-headed ghost squinted and asked, have you noticed something? I don't know. The old monk shook his head. The red-headed ghost asked again, more than 20 years have passed and there's still no feedback from his golden core. Is there any chance of recovery at all? I don't know. The old monk shook his head still. After pausing briefly, he said slowly, perhaps he's already found a method of recovering his golden core, perhaps not. I don't know. I can no longer read him. The red-headed ghost's expression changed. Even the old monk could not read Su Zimo any longer. After 20 years of studying Buddhism and Zen, Su Zimo had indeed gained an additional unique aura. He was almost like Buddha. The red-headed ghost's expression changed as he suddenly said, "He's back. I guess he's here to bid you farewell. Also, you're his master at the end of the day. Give him a few items that can help him protect himself. Don't keep everything to yourself. Do you want to take them with you into the grave?" The red-headed ghost mumbled, but the old monk had already turned to leave. He disappeared from the cemetery in the blink of an eye and had already returned to the grand hall. Not long after, Su Zimo pushed the doors open and walked in. He seemed composed on the surface, but he could not conceal the sorrow deep in his eyes. Su Zimo walked straight into the grand hall and knelt down in the direction of the old monk. He kowtowed 3 times before saying softly, "Master, I'm going to leave." "Go on." The old monk did not ask him to stay. He knew that it would be a futile attempt. Reaching out, the old monk handed over 2 battered talismans in his palms. These are 2 transference talismans. One of them is the minor transference talisman and the other, the major transference talisman. I won't elaborate more on the minor transference talisman, it's a random teleportation. As for the major transference talisman, it was a treasure that was crafted on the behest of the emperor of the Great Qian Empire in the past. It can even cross a major region at its furthest, and the teleportation can be targeted. Targeted teleportation. Those words carried way too much weight. The minor transference talisman was already precious enough. And yet, the major transference talisman even had targeted teleportation? It was equivalent to an additional life for Su Zimo. Su Zimo received it with both hands and placed it into his storage bag. Right as he was about to turn and leave, the old monk called him back. The old monk gazed at Su Zimo's empty dantian and his eyes flashed with worry and curiosity. After a moment of hesitation, he still decided on asking, "Your golden core?" Su Zimo remained silent. A moment later, he said softly, "Actually, the secret to recovering the golden core lies in the Soraka flower." Soraka flower? The old monk was briefly stunned. Although the Soraka flower was an item of the old temple, it was snatched over by the red-robed woman many years ago and was now in Su Zimo's dantian. Su Zimo said, "In an ancient sutra in the sutra chamber, there's a legend saying that the Ashoka tree is one of the 3 sacred trees of Buddhism. The Buddha that created the Tao of Buddhism was also born right under the Ashoka tree. I've heard of that legend before." Suddenly, the old monk's voice paused. A thought flashed through his mind. He finally understood the correlation between the Soraka flower and the recovery of Su Zimo's golden core. According to the legend, the Soraka flower possessed another sort of energy apart from fire. The energy of life. It was the birth of life. The creation of something from emptiness. The Soraka flower had witnessed the scene of the Buddha's birth. Su Zimo's dantian was shattered and his golden core was destroyed. However, the power of his golden core did not vanish, it was merely absorbed by the Soraka flower in the depths of his dantian. For the past 20 years, Su Zimo spent his days studying Buddhism and comprehending the Tao so that he could accumulate and consolidate the power to trigger that life within the Soraka flower consistently. Su Zimo was already walking out of the old temple. In a flash, black hair grew from Su Zimo's bald head, turning longer by the moment. Within his body, in that originally dark and hollow dantian, a flower bloomed. On the flower, there was a fruit that grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was golden, round and shone with a bedazzling aura. That fruit was Su Zimo's brand new golden core. Spirit energy reverberated through his dantian, turning richer and fiercer by the moment. It was as though a cyclone was forming in his body. Su Zimo's aura was turning stronger by the moment. With every step he took, the spirit energy in his dantian would increase by a fraction. It was turning increasingly stronger. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the spirit energy in his dantian had already broken through the limits of early-stage golden core and arrived at mid-stage golden core. Not long after. Boom! There was another bang. Late-stage golden core. The energy that Su Zimo once gained from consuming the 10,000-year vermilion fruit had not gone to waste. Everything was absorbed by the Soraka flower and was being produced right now. With every step that he took, Su Zimo's aura would change by a fraction. The only things that did not change were his eyes. They were neither sad nor joyful and had no fluctuations. By the time Su Zimo arrived at the entrance of the old temple, his aura was close to stabilizing and his black hair danced wildly with a frightening aura that resembled a divine being. Peak of late-stage golden core. He had persevered through it. He had been dormant for 20 years at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley studying Buddhism. However, instead of decreasing, his cultivation realm had advanced to the peak of late-stage golden core. Of course, that was not the only change in Su Zimo. There was something that no one could describe. Standing at the entrance of the old temple, Su Zimo turned around slowly and gazed at the sentence etched on the wall of the grand hall with a lost look in his clear eyes. Those were the words that Dai Yu had left him. Suddenly, Su Zimo extended his finger. A stream of spirit chi burst forth from his forefinger like a sharp sword that sliced the wall of the grand hall. Su Zimo waved his arm. He left another statement right after the statement on the wall. It was a sharp statement that looked down on the entire world. Instinctively, Mingjun recited it, "Once the fog fades, the radiance shall illuminate through the entire world." Pust. His confidence. There was a hint of shock deep in the eyes of the old monk. The sound of chains rattling echoed suddenly from the backyard that was initially silent. To become one of the greatest, you have to work on the foundation and be willing to take hardship and serve others. Once the fog fades, the radiance shall illuminate through the entire world. The first statement was left behind by Dai Yu. The second statement was Su Zimo's reply. Chapter 615, Return. Chapter 615, Return. Swash. A white streak of light tore through the backyard of the old temple. It descended in the courtyard, flawless and magnificent as the full moon up in the skies. Moon concealment bow. Su Zimo received it and brushed his hand on it gently. The sixth spirit pattern that was not fully formed previously was not clearer than ever. A connate spirit weapon. After consuming the essence of the sun and moon for 15 years at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, the moon concealment bow had evolved into a connate spirit weapon. Su Zimo put the moon concealment bow away in his storage bag with a calm expression. Incoming saber. A voice sounded in Su Zimo's mind. Before that statement was completed, the sound of metal clashing echoed from the backyard and reverberated through the entire world. It buzzed and emanated a murderous aura that caused the temperature of the entire old temple to dip. Blood Quencher had appeared. A blood beam surged into the skies and hovered in midair, shining with the glow of 6 spirit patterns. The most beguiling thing was that the 6th spirit pattern was in the color of blood. The connate spirit pattern had dyed the glow surrounding Blood Quencher scarlet. The saber emitted a strong blood stench that was shuddering. As the red-headed ghost had expected, Blood Quencher had indeed gone through a shocking transformation after it was buried in the cemetery and soaked in the blood of peerless experts from 10,000 years ago. Aside from the innate sharpness of a connate spirit weapon, Blood Quencher's ferocity was torrential. The blood beam and stench released from its blade could even affect cultivators mentally. Because the little fox's cultivation realm was inadequate, she felt chills run down her spine just glancing at it. It was as though a grisly hell sprawled with corpses and soaked with blood had appeared before her. Shuddering, she closed her eyes hurriedly. Ming Xian's expression changed slightly as well as he chanted Buddhist proclamations softly to compose himself. Boo! Boo! Suddenly, Blood Quencher bolted toward Su Zimo with a murderous aura at an extremely fast speed. It vibrated in a chilling manner in midair. More than 10 years ago, the red-headed ghost had said it. Once Blood Quencher evolved to become a connate spirit weapon, it would definitely turn incomparably ferocious. Most ferocious weapons slewed their own masters. The stronger something was, the harder it would be to subdue it. Su Zimo did not move at all with his hands behind his back. His gaze was deep as he looked at Blood Quencher that was streaking towards him with a calm expression. It was as though he had no intention of striking. For some unknown reason, Blood Quencher got slower the closer it approached Su Zimo, as though it had fallen into a swamp. The eyes of Ming Zhen and the little fox widened. The blade was less than an inch away from Su Zimo's glabella. Its sharpness seemed to have made contact with Su Zimo's skin. However, Su Zimo was motionless. There were no emotions in his eyes at all. Suddenly, Ming Zhen felt a deep sense of fear when he looked at those deep and emotionless eyes. After laying dormant at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley for 20 years, Su Zimo was like a dormant volcano. The moment news of his sick kin arrived, the dormant volcano had already awoken. Although it was calm right now, anyone that provoked this volcano would definitely send forth a destructive stream of lava that would drown all living beings and incinerate everything. Ming Zhen exclaimed softly. Blood Quencher was quivering. It was as though that ferocious item had sensed something too. It was feeling fearful. By nature, it was bloodthirsty and loved to kill. If it could kill its master and devour his blood, it could turn even stronger. But now, it could vaguely sense that if it actually made contact, the seemingly refined man before him would definitely destroy it personally. It did not dare to move. There was a momentary silence. Gradually, Blood Quencher lowered its tip and lowered itself horizontally before Su Zimo. Its sharpness faced outwards and its handle pointed to Su Zimo and was within reach. It had submitted. The ferocious item had just been born and yet, it was shocked into submission immediately. Right from the beginning, Su Zimo had not moved at all, he did not even bat his eyelids. Su Zimo received Blood Quencher and put it away in his storage bag. Including his coiling dragon seal and black gold arrows from before, together with Moon Concealment Bow and Blood Quencher, he now had 4 connate spirit weapons in his possession. When the little fox saw that Su Zimo was about to leave, she moved and wanted to follow him. Wait here for me. Su Zimo glanced at the little fox and said calmly. Before his sentence was even complete, he had already pushed the doors open and left. The little fox's eyes dimmed with a disappointed look. Ming Zhen said softly, "Don't worry, little fox. Since Junior Brother said that, he'll definitely return." The little fox nodded, but there was still a deep hint of worry in her eyes. In the grand hall, the old monk gazed at the sentences on the wall for a long time in silence. It's rare, truly rare. A long while later, he finally heaved out a deep breath and lamented, to begin with, that red-robed woman was in existence who could look down on the entire Tianhuang mainland. It's only logical that she would leave such daring and bold words. What's even rarer than that is that although the lad is only at Golden Core Realm, his continuation sentence is not weaker in terms of boldness. The red-headed ghost praised as well, once the fog fades, the radiance shall illuminate through the entire world. His words can truly devour the mountains and rivers and look down on the rest of the world. If this broken temple of yours is still around many years later, those words are bound to become a legend. The old monk nodded with slight sadness. The both of us are fortunate to be witnesses of this. Suddenly, the red-headed ghost gave an odd chuckle. This is good. The ancient battlefield is about to open up soon. That descendant of Chaos Essence sect that was known to be invincible throughout the Golden Core realm more than 10 years ago is about to meet a match. It's hard to tell. The old monk shook his head. Do you think that Dean left this place without obtaining anything? In addition, he was already the number 1 of the phenomenon ranking 100 years ago. Nobody knows how much he has grown since then. The chaos ocean of the human emperor is not to be underestimated. He is a scary person. The old monk had an extremely high evaluation of Dean. The red-headed ghost said, no matter what, the both of them are born in the same era and are bound to be mortal foes. The only other way out is for one to die or submit. That's for the future. We've still got to wait for the ancient battlefield to open up, the old monk said. After a while, the red-headed ghost suddenly laughed in a gloating manner. That lad has been dormant at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley for 20 years. Now that he's going to reappear after news of his kin in illness, he must definitely be holding in a belly full of rage. Any dumb fool that provokes him, hee. The old monk chanted a Buddhist proclamation and said softly, I'm still hoping that everything goes smoothly and that he will return here after severing his mortal ties to reduce his karma of killing. A tree may wish for stillness but the wind never stops blowing. The red-headed ghost stood up and the chains on his body rattled loudly. He's not going to take the initiative to provoke anybody, but I'm sure 20 years is more than enough to make many things fade into the background. I'm sure many cultivators of the North region have already forgotten about him. The red-headed ghost reared his head in loud laughter. That's for the best. Shiver, cultivators of the North region. That strongest monster incarnate of history whom you guys had ganged up on and bullied back in the past and was cast into the depths of the Dragon Burial Valley has now returned. Ha ha ha. Chapter 616, 3 Dynasties Allied Army. Chapter 616, 3 Dynasties Allied Army. Dragon Burial Valley. Demoness G had been standing at the edge of the cliff for a long time with furrowed brows. The cold wind had crumpled the hem of her dress and she frowned with troubles. Just as she was about to give up and leave, a figure appeared not far away. It was getting closer and closer. The green robes were ever so familiar. She heaved a sigh of relief. After 20 years, nothing seemed to have changed about Su Zimo apart from a unique aura he had gained that was indescribable. Demoness G's heart skipped a beat and she checked out Su Zimo's dantian with her spirit-peering art. Immediately after, a look of pity flashed through her eyes. Sigh, how can a destroyed dantian recover? I was thinking too much. She sighed internally. Through her detection, Su Zimo's dantian was like a swamp of still water without any spirit energy. In reality, Su Zimo's dantian was indeed different from the past after the tribulation. His golden core was shattered and formed a black hole-like existence. The Soraka flower was hidden right in the black hole. As long as Su Zimo did not use his spirit energy, cultivators wouldn't be able to detect anything and would instead find an empty dantian. If they knew nothing about his past, any outsider would take him as an extremely ordinary mortal. Zimo, how have you been after all these years? It was rare that Demoness G was not joking. Instead, her eyes were pained with a hint of pity and her expression was emotional. This man before her was bedazzling 20 years ago. Even outside of the North region, some cultivators of Tianhuang mainland knew about him. But now, most of the people in the North region had already forgotten about him, let alone those in Tianhuang mainland. Su Zimo replied calmly, I'm fine. I know where Mr. Su is. I'll take you there. Su Hong did not have much time left and it was better if they met sooner. Demoness G knew what was on Su Zimo's mind right now and led the way without hesitating. Su Zimo followed closely behind. The two of them sped and crossed the great Qian ruins. Arriving at the depths of the palace, Su Zimo paused briefly when he looked at the blood-stained ruins beneath him. 20 years ago, the paragons of the North region had gathered for the birth of the vermilion fruit. Countless paragons were buried there in that battle. A fire had incinerated half the skies. The temperature of the golden lava was extremely high and riddled the ground with holes. The underground palace had already caved in a long time ago and the cave was buried. The mysterious golden volcano was also buried deep underground. No matter what secrets there were inside, nobody would probably find out anymore. After a slight pause, Su Zimo caught up to Demoness G and suddenly asked, Is Yaoshua in danger? If Ji Yaoshua knew about Su Hong's condition, she would definitely be the one to inform him. The only possibility for her not doing so would be if she was in danger and could not get away. Yes. Demoness G nodded. In recent years, the North region has been filled with wars with the rise of multiple vassal states. The other three dynasties are coveting from the sidelines while it's messy within the imperial court of the Great Zhou dynasty with troubles both internal and external. 2 years ago, the Xia, Shang and Yu dynasties joined forces and formed an allied army to infiltrate the borders of Great Zhou, hoping to annihilate Great Zhou entirely and split our land among themselves. Su Zimo asked in a seemingly casual manner, "What are the cultivation realms of those that are fighting in the battles between the dynasties?" The armies are mostly formed by foundation establishment and golden cores. Of course, there are also some nascent souls. Void reversions won't appear on the front lines for now. They will only come forth for a final battle if the allied army reaches the capital. Demonist Ji replied. "I see," Su Zimo said. Demonist Ji continued, "My sister led the army to deal with it personally and keep the enemies at bay. She has been outside for almost 2 years now without returning and does not know about Mr. Su's condition at all." Su Zimo frowned. Demonist Ji added hurriedly, "Don't worry, she's completely fine. Perfected Lord Ming Zhe has been by her the entire time." Su Zimo remained silent. He had already vaguely guessed through Demonist Ji's words that Ji Yaoshue was in a terrible state. Even if her life was not in danger, she was entangled with troubles. Now that the three dynasties had formed an alliance, it meant that they were bent on getting their hands on the Great Zhou's territories. With the Great Zhou's foundations, even if they had the terrain advantage, it would be difficult for them to defend against the conquest of the allied army. The fact that Ji Yaoshue had not returned for 2 years was a clear sign of how bad the situation was. Furthermore, changes happen rapidly on the battlefield and anything could happen. There was no guarantee of Ji Yaoshue's safety even if perfected Lord Ming Zhe was by her side. The two of them traveled day and night without resting. A few days later, they arrived in the capital of Great Zhou. In order to avoid attention and unnecessary trouble, Su Zimo traveled in Demonist Ji's carriage. Along the way in the palace, they made many twists and turns to head for a secret ground in the palace. Not long after, Demonist Ji brought Su Zimo to a house and said softly, "I'll stay outside and not enter. Call for me at any time if you require anything." Su Zimo nodded. Standing quietly outside the door, Su Zimo did not dare to open the doors. In fact, he had already extended his palm and made contact with the doors, but he just did not dare to push them. Su Zimo knew that his older brother, Su Hong, was inside. He could already sense the twilight aura emanating from the room. The more it was the case, the more he did not dare to open the doors. "Zimo, is that you?" Suddenly, a voice sounded from within. It was weak and hoarse. Instantly, countless images flashed through Su Zimo's mind. "Zimo, go back and study. You're not allowed to learn martial arts. This horse is called Jue Feng and it's slightly sentient. Since it has affinity with you, it's yours from today onwards. Zimo, as long as you can pass the college examination, I'll reward you with a mansion." This voice was no longer as robust and firm as in the past. However, it awakened countless memories in Su Zimo. Instantly, he felt his nose stuff up as he pushed the doors and entered. "Brother, it's me." Although he was already mentally prepared, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat when he caught sight of Su Hong. His brother had grown old. Age was like a merciless blade that sliced and left scars on Su Hong's face. If he had not seen it himself, it would have been difficult for Su Zimo to imagine this frail old person before him wielding an iron spear to lead heavy armored troops through the battlefield and dominate the world. How awesome was he back then? Dozens of years had passed. In his 60s, Su Hong looked like someone in his hundreds. He was filled with white hair and had a pair of hazy eyes. However, the way he looked at Su Zimo was still as comforting and benevolent as ever. Su Zimo strode quickly forward and knelt before Su Hong, holding the latter's wrists gently. Su Zimo's hands trembled. He could clearly feel Su Hong's life diminishing bit by bit from his body. His organs had already begun to deteriorate. At the end of his lifespan, Su Hong did not have much time left and even deities won't be able to save him at this point. "I'm late." Su Zimo slumped his head and said with a quivering tone. It's not late, it's not. Su Hong patted Su Zimo gently on the palm and consoled the latter. I don't have any regrets now that I'm able to see you fine and well before my passing. Heis. Immediately after, Su Hong sighed. It's just a pity I can't get to see Xiaoning in the end. I wonder how that lass is. I wonder if she suffered outside. You know that she has a weak personality. What is she going to do if she gets bullied without us around? Chapter 617, I Am Su Zimo. Chapter 617, I Am Su Zimo. Su Zimo said, Xiaoning joined a major sect in order to refine an elixir that can increase one's lifespan. She won't suffer. She even said that you'll be the first one to take the elixir once she succeeds in refining it. That lass. Su Hong smiled. Su Zimo's heart clenched at the sight of Su Hong's smile. There was still slightly more than a month to go before the opening of the ancient battlefield. He knew very well that given his brother's current condition, there was no way the latter could hold out until then. This meant that Su Hong would never ever be able to meet Xiaoning again. A moment later, Su Hong patted the back of Su Zimo's palm and said softly, Send me back. Su Zimo understood where Su Hong meant by her back. It was most likely something that Su Hong was thinking about incessantly for the past 20 years. A fox dies in its hole and a leaf lands at its roots. More than longing, Su Hong felt a deep guilt towards that piece of land and its inhabitants. He had to return. All right. Su Zimo nodded and carried Su Hong in his arms before walking to the entrance. Demoness Ji was waiting not far away and she hurried over, asking softly, Where are you headed for? Su Zimo replied, Let's leave the capital first. There were many people in the capital of Great Zhou and it would be easy for him to be exposed carrying Su Hong with him. If anyone discovered Su Hong's presence in the capital of Great Zhou, the Great Zhou dynasty would be annihilated even before the allied army of the three dynasties struck. Su Zimo supported Su Hong into Demoness Ji's carriage. The carriage was adorned with jewels and jade majestically and glowed with a bright spirit light. It rose slowly into the air and headed out of the capital. The journey within the capital was mostly smooth when people saw that it was a carriage of the princess. Before long, the three of them had already left the capital. Su Zimo checked his surroundings and upon seeing that nobody was around, he said, Thank you for your help, Demoness Ji. I'll take my brother away from here. You can head on back. I don't have anything on. I'll send you guys wherever you want to go, Demoness Ji said hurriedly. Just as Su Zimo was about to decline, he frowned and his ears twitched. Someone's approaching. Su Zimo's expression turned cold. The person chased after them at an extremely fast speed. It was clear that the intruder was not friendly. Soon. The sound of clothes fluttering could be heard in the air. 10 figures descended and surrounded Demoness Ji's carriage. The leader was a bald man clad in armor. His eyes were sharp as a vulture's. This was the commander of the Great Zhou Dynasty's Scarlet Vulture Guards, Bald Vulture. The other 9 wore scarlet robes with sect badges on their waists. They had mighty auras and did not look friendly. All 9 of them were golden cores of true fire sect. Demoness Ji pushed down Su Zimo's arm and shook her head, gesturing for him to calm down and not be reckless. If he was exposed, he would definitely attract an endless pursuit. The entire north region would be shaken. Su Zimo was expressionless and did not move. Through the curtain, Demoness Ji asked with a deep voice, Bald Vulture, don't you know who I am? The guts of you to try and halt my carriage. Hee hee. Bald Vulture chuckled. Where are you heading to, little princess? It's none of your business. Get lost. Demoness Ji's voice was laced with anger as she hollered. Humph. Bald Vulture retraced his smile and said darkly, Little princess, I'm sure you're trying to pass a message to your sister after hearing some news, right? What are you talking about? Demoness Ji frowned. She did not understand what Bald Vulture meant by that. When he heard that, Su Zimo already realized that Ji Yaoxue was in a worse state than he had imagined. The fact that the capital guards dared to obstruct a carriage of the Princess of Great Zhou was a clear sign of how messy things had become in the Great Zhou dynasty. Furthermore, it was clear that Bald Vulture was implying something from his words. Bald Vulture sneered, "Little princess, you don't have to act dumb in front of me. Even if you know nothing, please return to the capital." Demoness Ji's killing intent rose. She was no kind soul. Her alter ego was the pure maiden of the fiend sects. Right then, Demoness Ji suddenly felt her vision blur. Su Zimo had already left the carriage. "Bald Vulture, do you remember me?" An indifferent voice sounded outside the carriage. Bald Vulture gazed at the green-robed cultivator and was momentarily stunned. Immediately after, his eyes widened and his pupils constricted as he yelped, "It's you. How are you not dead?" Bald Vulture was flustered at the sight of Su Zimo. A man's name grows like the shadow of a tree. Su Zimo was notorious throughout the North region after that battle in the Great Xian ruins. It was nothing if he had died just like that. However, no golden core of the North region would be able to compose themselves at the sight of Su Zimo alive before them. Who is that person? The True Fire sect cultivators at the side used their spirit-peering art and noticed that the green-robed cultivator's dantian was empty. Upon realizing that he was only a mortal, their eyes filled with contempt. He is. I am Su Zimo. There was a momentary silence. The cultivators of True Fire sect exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Everyone knows that Su Zimo died at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. You're saying that you're Su Zimo? Ha ha ha. Interesting. He's trying to impersonate a dead man. Everyone from True Fire sect laughed. However, Bald Vulture wanted to cry as his body turned stiff while cold sweat poured down. He had noticed something. The moment the green-robed cultivator declared that he was Su Zimo, it meant that all of them were going to die. Is it funny? For a cultivator of True Fire sect, before his laughter stopped, his vision blurred and a cold voice rang in his ears. So fast. That was the last thought that crossed the person's mind. The next moment, right in front of everyone, Su Zimo reached out and tapped the person on the throat gently with his finger. Crack. 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 His throat snapped and a golden core died on the spot. Audacious. Bastard, how dare you! The other golden cores of True Fire sect were enraged and hollered. Clang. Clang. 8 golden cores summoned their flying swords one after another. The swords quivered and shone with bright spirit lights. 8 of them rapidly formed an encirclement with Su Zimo in the center, summoning their flying swords with one hand while conjuring hand seals with the other to release True Fire sect spirit arts. The attack surged forth instantly. Su Zimo's expression did not change as he opened his mouth. Om. He chanted in Sanskrit. It was the first of 6 words of Daming mantra. Instantly, it reverberated endlessly like thunder. The void was filled with a shuddering power. The flying swords that were aimed for Su Zimo froze in midair. The spirit arts of the 8 perfected beings from True Fire sect dissipated in midair before they could even form. All 8 of them stood stiffly on the spot with bulged eyeballs that were bloodshot. Bald Vulture could see it clearly. Blood was already oozing from the ears, eyes, nose and mouth of the 8 people. They were bleeding from all orifices. Ma. Su Zimo spoke once more. The second Sanskrit had arrived. Bang. 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 Right in front of Bald Vulture, the bodies of the 8 perfected beings from True Fire sect exploded into blood mists without any corpse remaining. Demoness Ji was about to exit the carriage when she saw that. 8 golden cores exploded to death just from the shock of 2 syllables from Su Zimo. Suddenly, Demoness Ji realized. After 20 years, instead of diminishing, Su Zimo's combat strength had grown to a frightening level that even she could not read any longer. Chapter 618, I will establish Tao. Chapter 618, I will establish Tao. Turning around, Su Zimo looked at Bald Vulture, who was not far away, and said indifferently, "Go on, tell us everything you know." I don't know what you're talking about, fellow Taoist." Bald Vulture chuckled dryly. "Die if you refuse to speak." Su Zimo closed in step by step towards Bald Vulture in midair. Although he was neither fast nor slow, there was a tremendous pressure that surged forward instantaneously. That was a true suppression. In fact, Bald Vulture felt like he was choking. His arms trembled slightly and a look of fear flashed through his eyes before turning into madness. With a menacing expression, Bald Vulture snarled, "I can tell you everything, but you must promise to let me live. You're not qualified to talk about terms with me." Su Zimo had an ice-cold expression as he arrived before Bald Vulture. He gripped the latter's throat, and just as he was about to exert strength, a fragrance wafted over. "Leave it to me, Zimo." Demoness G's silky smooth hand touched Su Zimo's wrist. Su Zimo relented his grip with it. Arriving before Bald Vulture, Demoness G smiled charmingly with a ripple in her eyes as she asked gently, "Why did you stand in my way, great commander?" Bald Vulture was completely stupefied and had a lost gaze, as though he had lost his soul. The second and fourth princes are prepared to write a letter together to get rid of the third princess and recommend the first prince to ascend the throne. The first prince is the eldest and should inherit the throne in theory. The third princess is unjustified to take the throne, and furthermore, she's a woman. What's wrong with her being a woman? Demoness G raised her brow and asked coldly, "Can't women ascend the throne? My sister is out there fighting against our enemies, and yet, you despicable scum are scheming in the dark here. I think all of you are looking to die." Before she finished her sentence, Demoness G had already grazed her finger gently across Bald Vulture's throat. A thin red line appeared. Bald Vulture's eyes widened and he gradually woke from his stupor. He clutched his throat with both arms and his legs flailed, but he could not stop the fresh blood from spewing. Splash! Splash! Finally, Bald Vulture's gaze dimmed and he fell, dead on the spot. "I need you to come forth for the affairs of the capital." Su Zimo said darkly, "Given your identity and means, you'll be able to suppress this matter." "Yes, don't worry," Demoness G nodded. Su Zimo returned to the carriage and helped Su Hong out before nodding towards Demoness G. "I'll be leaving now." Before his words were finished, Su Zimo had already sped into the distance at an extremely terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, he was already at the horizon. "Where are you going?" Demoness G yelled from behind. There was no reply for a long time. Although Demoness G wanted to chase after him, she knew that at this moment, the capital of Great Zhou needed her more. A gigantic bird flew above the skies of Yan country. The bird was lined with scales and burned with a thin flame on its body. Its eyes were sharp as it surveyed its surroundings with wings that were hundreds of feet wide spread apart. It was an ancient remnant beast, the purple flame bird. The most shocking thing was that the purple flame bird seemed like it was pulling an ordinary-looking carriage. Side by side, two people sat within the carriage. One was a refined scholar and the other was a frail old man filled with white hair. The two of them were Su Zimo and Su Hong, who were rushing back to Yan country. Su Zimo captured an ancient remnant beast along the way and used it to pull the carriage temporarily, saving them quite a bit of trouble. The two of them crossed the 13 cities of Yan country that were massacred by Glass Palace. Even until now, the corpses left behind back then could be seen piled into mountains. The bloodstains on the walls had already turned black after enduring the weather over the years. With every city they passed, Su Hong would stop to kneel in front of the cities, paying his respect to the withered corpses. The final city. This was the capital of Yan country in the past. After 20 years, the glamour of the past had long disappeared. All their acquaintances of the past had already grown old as well. Uncle Zheng, Lu Yu, Yu Qihua, Song Qi, and even the black armored cavalry of the past were buried under the ruins. They had returned to the earth. "I should have been here with you guys 20 years ago. My brothers, I have returned. As he stood on that familiar piece of land, Su Hong's tears streamed down his face as he could not overcome his sadness. Su Zimo seemed to be able to visualize the scene of the massacre that happened and Glass Palace descended. Against cultivators, mortals were helpless and their lives were as cheap as blades of grass. Lowering his head, Su Zimo had a stoned expression. During the past few days of their travels, he had witnessed way too many corpses along the way. Massacre, violence, hunger, destitute, rape, snatching, killing, cannibalism. Every single bit of structure was destroyed. Human life was even cheaper than that of ants. The sight before him was no different from what hell was described as in Buddhism. As the flames of wars raged, the most helpless and pathetic ones were the mortals of the world who had no spirit roots and could not cultivate. Through those mortals, Su Zimo caught glimpses of himself. He was originally one of the most ordinary people. If not for Daiyu, he might have been one of the corpses they had encountered along the way. If Su Zimo had intervened, he might have been able to save 1, 2, or even 100 people, but he wouldn't have been able to save everybody. In fact, he could not even save his own kin. He could only watch as Su Hong approached the end of his lifespan. Along the way, Su Zimo had been contemplating a single question. Even if he was able to come out 10 years ago, what difference would it have made? Would he have been able to save Su Hong? After all, Su Hong was a mortal whose lifespan would be exhausted 20, 30, or even 40 years later. The two of them were going to have to face an eternal farewell no matter what. Even if he had not offended Glass Palace, would the masses have escaped from a calamity as such? The mortals were still the first to suffer from the flames of war. Against cultivators, mortals had no control over their own fates. Cultivators could trample on the dignity of mortals as they pleased. No matter how the mortals struggled, nothing would change. If not for Daiyu, Su Zimo might have been killed by Zhou Dingyun when he returned from cultivation in the past. He was a fortunate person. Daiyu had altered his fate for him. However, who could change Su Hong's fate? Who could change the fate of all the living beings in the world? Were mortals that had no spirit roots and were unable to cultivate condemned to be sacrifices of war? Were they meant to be the food of demon beasts and corpses to be trampled on by cultivators? Su Zimo was not a saint. He had never thought of bringing salvation for the living beings of the world single-handedly. He merely wanted to help his kin survive. All he wanted, or perhaps, all mortals in the world, should have a chance of fighting against their fates. I want to establish the Tao. All of a sudden, Su Zimo raised his head and gripped his fists. An unprecedented light shone in his eyes as he said slowly with an unyielding and resolute tone. I want to break free the shackles of fate that bind every single living being in the world. So what if one has no spirit root? I'm going to change the fate of all living beings. I'm going to allow all lives in this world the ability to cultivate and become immortals. His voice reverberated through the heavens and echoed with a deafening vibration. Boom! Right after he spoke, the initially clear skies boomed with thunder. A shuddering aura blanketed downwards with an unstoppable divine might, as though he had offended the deities above. At the same time, all the patriarchs that were in seclusion in various secret grounds across Tianhuang mainland jolted awake, looking at the firmaments with shock on their faces. Enigma Palace. An old man wearing a Confucian crown sensed something and divined with his fingers. He was startled and remarked, "Someone has just laid down a great vow that has shocked even the firmaments." Chapter 619, Complete Silence. Chapter 619, Complete Silence. How difficult would it be for someone to establish the Tao? Throughout history, there have been countless storms and yet, the only Taos that were passed down in the human race were the immortal, Buddhist and fiend Taos. How difficult would it be for someone to alter the fate of all living beings? Even with Dai Yu's means, she could only change the fate of Su Zimo alone with the help of a sacred item like the Soraka flower. Anyone else wouldn't even dare to dream of something as such. Prior to this, the greatest goal in Su Zimo's cultivation was to head to another world and follow in Dai Yu's footsteps. And yet, Su Hong's twilight and the hellish scene of Yen country had given him a tremendous trigger. It was a sort of helplessness that brought forth indignance in Su Zimo's heart. Was that Su Hong's fate? Were those the fates of the living beings? Why? I want to establish the Tao. Su Zimo had laid down a great vow. The Tao was eternal and had an immortal legacy. There were many legends about it in the later generations. However, it was rare for them to imagine that the fates of all living beings would start to change right from this dilapidated ancient city with a single old man in his twilight years as witness. It was nearing the end of autumn right now and the weather had turned frosty. Su Hong stood in the chilling gust and his frail body swayed slightly. However, he had no intention of leaving. Finally, Su Hong turned around when night fell. Let's go. The moment Su Hong turned around, Su Zimo discovered that his elder brother seemed to have aged considerably overnight. Those hazy eyes no longer had any fluctuation within them. They were still as an ancient well. For the past 20 years, the old man had been waiting every single moment for this day to arrive. Right now, he no longer had any regrets. Su Zimo supported Su Hong to the carriage and they continued ahead. They were headed for Pingyang town. That was their last stop. It was also the last stop of Su Hong's life. Although the two of them remained in the carriage, they caught wind of quite a bit of news throughout the way. In the past 2 years, the Empress of Great Zhou led the army personally to defend the borders. She devised strategies and managed to defend against the attacks of the allied army of the 3 dynasties countless times with the terrain advantage. However, as time passed by, the situation turned increasingly difficult for her. A month ago, the Empress of Great Zhou was injured and nearly died. More than 500 kilometers around the borders fell in defeat. The might of the allied army was unstoppable and they infiltrated forcefully up north. Just like that, they overtook quite a number of vassal states within the territories of Great Zhou. The Great Zhou army of cultivators escaped while protecting the Empress of Great Zhou the entire way. They were forced back to the north of Tsanglang mountain range and Tsanglang city, almost forced to give up the Yen country as well. The situation of Great Zhou was extremely treacherous right now. Pingyang town. Upon returning, Su Zimo released the purple flame bird. He put away the carriage and supported Su Hong to the ground. The leaves of autumn fell and the place was in chaos. The streets of Pingyang town were desolate. Although it was daytime, there were not many people on the streets and doors on either side were tightly shut as well. Before long, the allied army of the 3 dynasties would cross Tsanglang mountain range and invade this place. There were not many people remaining in Pingyang town by now. They were mostly old, weak, women, children or people who were extremely sentimental to the place. Su Zimo supported Su Hong back to his mansion. Pushing the door open to enter, the peach blossom tree was still present. Everything was the same as before. Su Hong said, "Let's stay outside, looking at the skies and the world to the end." All right. Su Zimo returned to his room and moved a bench outside. He helped Su Hong to lean on it before taking some blankets over to cover the latter. He headed to the backyard and got some bricks and mud. Before long, he set up 2 small furnaces in the courtyard beside Su Hong and lit some firewood in flames. Even after many years, his skills of doing so were not rusty. Su Zimo sat at the side and gazed at the burning flames of the furnace in a daze. A long time later, Su Hong suddenly said, "Zimo, I'm already someone that's about to die. Don't stay here to accompany me, go on." Su Zimo lowered his head and did not speak. Su Hong said, "Miss Ji is injured and I know you're worried. She's definitely not in a good state right now. Go take a look and help her out. She'll be fine." Su Zimo replied, "As the Empress, news would definitely spread a long time ago if anything happened to her." Su Hong shook his head and sighed internally. He could tell that despite Su Zimo's remark, the latter could not conceal the worry deep in his eyes. "Brother, don't worry. We don't have to worry about such stuff. Su Zimo pinched the end of Su Hong's blanket and said softly. Su Hong nodded with heavy eyelids. The journey from the capital of Great Zhou to Pingyang town was long, and even someone who was fit would feel fatigued, let alone an old man at the end of his road. Unknowingly, Su Hong fell asleep. Su Zimo sat in the courtyard and gazed at the south of Tsanglang mountain range. He had a cold gaze and icy expression, remaining silent. Late at night, Su Hong was already deep asleep. Finally, Su Zimo rose slowly and sped in the direction of Tsanglang mountain range. Under the shroud of the night, Tsanglang mountain range seemed extremely sinister and spooky. The shadows of trees swayed and the roars of ferocious beasts caused the mountains and earth to quake. From time to time, ferocious birds would glide through the air. All of a sudden, a green-robed figure arrived in the skies above Tsanglang mountain range. Under the cold moonlight, demonic chi shrouded that person and conjured a series of menacing ancient demons one after another. Su Zimo stood in the air with his mighty figure. His black hair danced and his eyes were bloodshot, resembling a peerless demon king. Instantly, all the demon beasts in Tsanglang mountain range caught sight of that figure. Roar! Su Zimo opened his mouth and let out a deafening roar into the valley beneath him. The weather changed. From Su Zimo, all the demon beasts sensed a trepidating aura. It was a fear that stemmed from deep in their bloodline. A new king was born in Tsanglang mountain range. All the spirit beasts and most of the spirit demons knelt on the ground in dead silence. However, there were still some demon beasts that glared menacingly with malevolent auras. Howl! The overlord of Tsanglang mountain range, the alpha gray wolf, reared its head into the skies and howled. The wolves got up one after another and responded in kind. Their howls spread through the entire place. Su Zimo flew through the air silently and arrived before the alpha. Reaching out, he pushed down against the head of the alpha with his massive palm. The alpha opened its blood-filled mouth and chomped down savagely on Su Zimo's wrist. The flesh on Su Zimo's arm expanded and his tendons pulsated. His entire arm seemed to be made of steel. The alpha not only failed to bite completely, he nearly broke his own fangs. Bang! A single round. The alpha was murdered by Su Zimo in a single round and its body split into pieces. At the same time, a golden core realm silver moon lion lunged over from behind. With the cover of the moonlight, the silver moon lion's body was almost invisible. As though he had eyes behind his back, Su Zimo threw a punch in reverse without even turning back. Boom! The silver moon lion was killed by Su Zimo with a punch as well. Fresh blood splattered. Two ancient remnant beasts could not even withstand a single punch from Su Zimo. Roar! Drenched in blood, Su Zimo looked down at the entire valley and howled once more. No other demon beast dared to make a sound. Complete silence blanketed the mountain ranges and swamps. Chapter 620, A Farewell with Warm Wine on a Snowy Night. Chapter 620, A Farewell with Warm Wine on a Snowy Night. For the next period of time, Su Zimo behaved like a mortal, accompanying Su Hong daily, spending his days chopping firewood for fire, cooking and chatting. He was going to accompany Su Hong to the end of the road. Su Zimo recounted his experiences in the years. He started from over 20 years ago, the night when he started cultivating beneath this peach blossom tree. He spoke about Daiyu, Xiaoning, Ji Yaoshua, Ethereal Peak. He recounted every single bit in detail without hiding anything. Su Hong had never heard of anything as such and everything was extremely fresh for him. When he was excited, his energy level would rise as well. Of course, as time passed by and the weather turned colder, Su Hong's health declined and the time he spent awake diminished as well. Instead, he slept for increased periods of time. In fact, he even told Su Zimo in a seemingly joking manner, Who knows if I might just fall asleep as such one day and never wake up again. Su Zimo did not reply as his heart soured in pain. When Su Hong was awake, Su Zimo could not bear to leave. He knew that every single minute spent between them was a minute less left. Every single sentence he said was a sentence less for them remaining. He would only leave after Su Hong was asleep. After leaving the mansion, Su Zimo would move around Pingyang town in an indeterminate direction, pausing occasionally to mull for a prolonged period of time. He walked extremely slowly, as though he was strolling casually. However, if any sharp cultivator were to pass by, they would be able to notice that there was a trickle of spirit chi leaking from Su Zimo's fingertip. It was like a sharp dagger that was carving something on the ground. Mysterious scars would appear on the ground behind him one after another, looking like runic patterns. A single breeze from the cold wind was all it took to cover the scars with dust. When he sensed that Su Hong was awake, Su Zimo would return to the mansion to continue chatting with his brother. Only when Su Hong was asleep, he would leave again. Day after day, he repeated the cycle. Nothing seemed to have changed. However, Su Zimo could clearly sense Su Hong's deteriorating health. His lifespan was ending and he was already nearing its limits. This day, after Su Hong entered slumber once more, Su Zimo left the mansion and pulled out a series of old flags from his storage bag. There were a total of 49. The flagpoles were made of wood, but there were no signs of corrosion. The flags were made from unknown beast skins and had mysterious, complicated patterns on them. A single glance was enough to confuse anyone, as though their souls were drawn in. Su Zimo flew through the air. Everywhere he passed, he would examine for a long time before tossing down a flag. The flagpole would slide right into the ground before vanishing after a mysterious glow. One after another. By the time he cast all 49 flags into the ground, he had already gone one round around Pingyang town and was visibly fatigued with sweat on his forehead. His act of tossing the flags looked simple, but it took a huge toll on him mentally. Suddenly, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and he returned to the mansion immediately. Su Hong had already awoken by now. Today, he looked to be in a much better condition. However, Su Zimo's heart ached. He was clear that this was a sign of the final respite of lucidity before the end. Su Hong smiled gently. "Zimo, help me heat up a bottle of wine to warm my body." "All right." Su Zimo came beside Su Hong and lit the furnace to boil water. There was a bottle of wine in the boiling water. Su Hong said, "Zimo, the things you've told me about your immortality cultivation in this period of time are truly mysterious, magnificent and inspiring. It's good that you want to establish a Tao and help everyone become the best they can be. However, I can also tell that something such as the establishment of a Tao is even more difficult than ascending the heavens." "That's right." Su Zimo nodded. To establish a Tao unlike that of the immortal, Buddha and fiend Taoists such that the masses without spirit roots could cultivate, that was something that even the primordial emperors could not achieve, let alone a mere golden core like Su Zimo. The path of the Tao was endless and the future was unknown. Nobody could help him. The moment he decided on establishing a Tao, Su Zimo was destined to be alone. But of course, groups were only meant for sheeps, all ferocious beasts walk alone. Su Hong declared loudly, "What sort of boldness is required to want to change the fates of all living beings in the world? Zimo, whether or not you succeed, I will definitely be proud of you." Immediately after, Su Hong looked somewhat dejected and sighed gently. "It's just a pity that I won't be able to witness that moment. Also, when I'm not around, you must live on well together with Xiaoning." "Brother." Su Zimo felt his nose stuffing up as he choked and was unable to speak. Su Hong waved it off and pointed to the little furnace at the side. "Pour me a bowl of wine." A faint fragrance wafted from the bottle of wine that was in the boiling water. The wine was already warmed. Su Zimo repressed the sadness in his heart and poured a bowl of piping wine for Su Hong. After he received it, Su Hong gazed at the fragrant wine in the bowl with a dazed look. In a flash, a suave young man in a splendid attire seemed to be reflected on the water surface. He raised his spear and led heavy armored cavalry into a war, domineering the battlefield. One after another, the scenes flashed through the water surface. A long, long time later, a glimmering snowflake landed on the wine and dispersed, breaking apart the water surface that resembled a mirror. It was snowing. This was the first snow of winter. The end of autumn and the arrival of winter seemed to imply something. The scenes from earlier had already vanished. The only thing left on the water's surface was an old face. Su Hong smiled suavely and raised his bowl of wine, downing it in a single mouthful. It was as though he had consumed his entire life with that mouthful of wine. Good wine. With a loud laugh, Su Hong passed on. Su Zimo collapsed and knelt with a thud. He gazed at the old man before him and could not hold back any longer as tears streamed like a fountain. This day had eventually arrived. Although he was prepared for it, Su Zimo still felt a heartbreaking sadness at the actual departure of Su Hong. The deeper one was invested in secular affairs, the harder it was for them to sever them. The deeper one was invested, the more painful it would be. The skies gradually darkened. The snow was getting heavier. Su Zimo knelt before Su Hong motionlessly with a dazed expression. He was a cultivator. He was the strongest monster incarnate in history. He was the second person throughout history who managed to cultivate to the extreme foundation establishment realm. Even so, he could not save his closest kin. The snow fell heavily. The temperature turned colder. However, Su Zimo's heart seemed to be burning with a relentless blaze. A long time later, the sound of people and horses could vaguely be heard from the south of Tsang Lang mountain range. The sound turned clearer as time passed by. The hooves of the horses were getting closer. Although ordinary people may not be able to sense it, Su Zimo could hear it clearly. Shoo! 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 There were even sounds of spirit vessels speeding through the air in the clamor. Far away, dust and earth was overturned. With a cold expression, Su Zimo rose and his eyes surged with a torrential killing intent. Soaring into the air, he sped towards Tsang Lang mountain range. Chapter 621, Sinister Forest. Chapter 621. Sinister Forest. Dust billowed, the earth shook and the light of armor shone. Far away, a black army was approaching slowly with a steely killing intent. A single look at the dense crowd would reveal that there were millions of people. What was even more frightening was that the army was made up of a few million cultivators. Those marching on the ground were Qi refinement warriors. Those riding on mounts were Foundation establishment cultivators. Above the army, there were even spirit vessels traveling through the air. A few cultivators stood on the deck and looked down at the masses against the winds. Those that could board the spirit vessels were all golden cores. This was the allied army of the three dynasties. Led by the princes of the three dynasties, this was an army that consisted fully of cultivators. No vassal state they passed could defend against them. Moreover, there were even a number of nascent souls that held the fort within the allied army. It was just that they rarely showed themselves. Right at the very end of the allied army, a dilapidated city that was bloodstained and billowed with smoke could be vaguely seen. Jianan city of Yan country was already reduced to ruins. Corpses were strewn all over the city and there were rivers of blood. The city lord of Jianan city did not surrender and stood to fight. As such, when the city was beached, the prince of the great Xia dynasty ordered to slaughter every single last person in the city with no survivors. The cities would be slaughtered if they did not surrender. Along the way, the allied army trampled over countless cities, leaving nothing but mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. This was an apocalyptic disaster for the citizens and living beings of the world. Even if there were mortals that were indignant and struggled or grumbled, nothing changed. Some of them chose to escape. However, how difficult was it to escape? How could mortals escape the pursuit of cultivators with their fragile bodies? Even if they were lucky enough to escape the hunt of the cultivators, How long could those mortals survive in this chaotic era where there were bandits and hoodlums all around? If they hid in the forests, even beasts that were not sentient would most likely be able to kill them, let alone spirit beasts and demons. Their fates were sealed. The Allied army crossed Songlang mountain range that was not far away, and soon, the same fate would befall Pingyang town. The princes of the Great Shang, Xia, and Yu dynasties were gathered on the largest and most majestic spirit vessel, surrounded by golden core guards. The defense was tight. The three of them were in a leisure chat with their wine glasses raised merrily. The prince of Great Xia was fat, and when he smiled, his eyes narrowed into a thin slit. They shone with a gold glint as he said lustfully, "I heard from a secret report that Ji Yaoshua's in Songlang City right now. As long as we cross that valley in front and another few small towns, we'll arrive at Songlang City." "Fufu, you're moved, brother C." The prince of Great Shang was a refined man who asked with a fake smile. "Ha!" The prince of Great Xia laughed. Ji Yaoshua can be considered as a peerless beauty, and it won't be too much to say that she's the #1 beauty of our 4 dynasties of the North region. Who wouldn't want a taste of that? What's even rarer is that she's the Empress of Great Zhou. If I can make her submit, the feeling would be, the Prince of Great Yu's body was robust, and he sneered and smacked his lips. The Prince of Great Shang smiled gently. "I'm not going to fight with you too. However, I heard that Ji Yaoshua has a younger sister who is also a beauty. She does interest me instead." Ha 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 ha. The three of them exchanged glances and laughed merrily. Although, Ji Yaoshua might not stay in Songlang City. If she continues retreating, we'll still have to chase her for quite a bit. The Prince of Great Xia said darkly. "No." The Prince of Great Shang said calmly, "She is stubborn by nature. If not for the fact that she was injured previously and chose to retreat because the eldest prince of Great Zhou took control temporarily, there is no way the Great Zhou dynasty would choose to give up on so much of their territory. But now, I heard that she's already awake. Given her character, she will definitely stand by Songlang City and defend it steadfastly. That's for the best." The Prince of Great Yu clapped and laughed. The Prince of Great Zhou remarked with a smile, "In my opinion, the imperial court of Great Zhou is already in a mess. Even if Ji Yaoshua is awake, the eldest prince of Great Zhou will not want to relinquish his position so easily. Hee, there's no guarantee that they won't end up in internal strife. At that time, we'll be able to reap the rewards without even interfering. We'll capture the Empress of Great Zhou alive and continue heading north to charge right into their nest." "Awesome. Let's drink." The three princes sat on the deck under the starry night and chatted with vigor. Suddenly, the troops at the front slowed down. The Prince of Great Yu frowned gently. Not long after, a golden core streaked through the air. The moment he descended on the deck, he knelt on one knee. "Princes, we have already arrived at Songlang mountain range. It's late at night now and beasts wander the valley dangerously. Should we proceed and cross it or make a detour?" The Prince of Great Yu rose and shouted, "Of course we cross it. Our allied army is mighty and invincible. How can a mere Songlang mountain range stand in our way? Go on." The Prince of Great Xia waved his arm. "This mountain range isn't some ancient forest. At the most, there are only some golden core spirit demons. There aren't even any fiend demons. What are you afraid of?" The Prince of Great Shang chuckled as well. "General Sun, you are indeed a little too cautious. If we cross a mountain range as such alone in the night, there's a chance we might get ambushed by the demons. However, given our mighty force, the demon beasts will want nothing more than to hide far away. What threat can there be?" "Understood." General Sun nodded and turned to leave. He floated in midair and bellowed, "Continue forward." Bang! Boom! Boom! The army moved together with a terrifying might. Although the Allied army had a few million troops, it was also nothing compared to the Songlang mountain range, which spanned hundreds of kilometers. Not far behind the three princes, a skinny old man opened his eyes and gazed at the dark forest before them. It was as though there was an ancient ferocious beast laying in ambush with its mouth wide open awaiting the group of them to send themselves to him. The feeling arrived and disappeared almost instantaneously, like an impulse. The skinny old man frowned slightly and shrugged it off. He then closed his eyes and returned to meditation. The valley meandered around with ancient trees. Due to the low visibility, the army proceeded at a slow speed. However, the Allied army did not encounter any danger along the way. The surroundings were quiet. Everything went silent. Not long after, the Allied army had already crossed more than half of the Tsanglang mountain range. All the troops let down their guard. The Prince of Great Yu burst into laughter. Indeed, it's as you had expected. All the beasts in this mountain range are too afraid to even appear. Ha ha ha. Something isn't right. Suddenly, a voice sounded not far away. The skinny old man had a grim expression and his glabella flashed, spreading his spirit consciousness slowly. It's way too quiet. It's so quiet that it's sinister. Even if the demon beasts of the Tsanglang mountain range were frightened into hiding, there was no way they wouldn't have encountered a single demon beast the entire way. It was as though all the creatures had hid themselves a long time ago. The surrounding air suddenly turned stale. There was a deep killing intent shrouding the dark, sinister forest. Shoo! All of a sudden, the sound of a sharp blade tearing through the air echoed. Immediately, there was a boom. The bow of the spirit vessel seemed to have been struck by something and exploded right in front of everyone. The massive spirit vessel broke into parts, and among the dozens of golden cores, some of them died on the spot. Chapter 622. Chapter 622, Endless Hell. Swoosh. 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 Cold lights flashed. Sharp arrows burst forth from the dark forest before them one after another, arriving instantly and striking the spirit vessels in midair. Bang! 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 The spirit vessels exploded one after another. Splintered limbs flew all over and the skies were stained red. Some of the golden cores on the spirit vessels had not even managed to react before they were turned into blood mists by a tremendous power. Debris of the vessels flew everywhere, and when they landed in the crowd, some of the Qi condensation and foundation establishment cultivators who were not prepared were crushed to death. The arrows were extremely fast, and some of the cultivators present had already let their guard down a long time ago and could not react to it. The Allied army fell into chaos. Although the remaining spirit vessels were not struck by the arrows, many golden cores were already frightened and abandoned the vessels to soar into the skies. Roar. Howl. Screech. All of a sudden, a series of shuddering cries of beasts sounded from the depths of the forest. An evil gust of wind blew over and the ancient trees swayed. The leaves rustled. In the skies far away, many beasts tore through the air in a dense flock. It was as though all the beasts and birds of Tsanglang mountain range had appeared all of a sudden, forming a beast stampede that charged with an engulfing might. The spirit vessel of the three princes was located right in the middle of the Allied army and did not receive too much of an impact. At that moment, all three princes rose and gazed over. They could see things even clearer from up in the air. The entire Tsanglang mountain range was moving. Countless demons were going berserk. The trees and grass shook as thousands of demon beasts scurried forth from all directions, forming a massive beast stampede with a terrifying might that was shocking. All three princes looked terrible. The Prince of Great Xia narrowed his eyes and asked darkly, "What's going on?" Compared to the true massive forests, major regions of demons, or even the realms of the 8 demon races in Tianhuang mainland, Tsanglang mountain range was nothing much. After all, there had never been a fiend demon born in the valley after all these years. But now, it was definitely unusual for a beast stampede to burst forth from the mountain range to attack the Allied army. The skinny old man was a nascent soul and was the personal guard of the Prince of Great Xia. At that moment, he knitted his brows and gazed at the dark forest before them in silence. Not far away, the personal guards of the princes of the Great Shang and Yu dynasties, 2 other nascent souls, rose as well. One of them was a bald burly man in heavy armor. He strode over in huge steps and said darkly, "A new demon king must have been born in this mountain range." "That's right, the demon beasts of the mountain range will only gather under the command of a demon king to form a beast stampede of such a scale." The other nascent soul was a white-bloused woman. "Princes, don't worry. We have 100 nascent souls accompanying this army. Even if this demon king is a pure-blooded ferocious beast, it will have to die," the bald burly man said. The Prince of Great Shang had an uneasy expression and suddenly asked, "Where's the demon king?" "This." The bald burly man and white-bloused woman exchanged glances. Neither of them was certain. Searching for a single demon beast in a beast stampede was equivalent to searching for a pin in a haystack. It was indeed difficult. The skinny old man gazed ahead and suddenly said, "The beast stampede came from all directions except for one. Right ahead." The group around the princes on the spirit vessel was not the only people to sense something. The golden cores at the front did as well. Everyone gazed at the sinisterly dark forest before them with grim expressions. The arrows came from that direction. Light was blurry in the forest. The golden cores could vaguely see a blurry shadow in the forest up ahead, resembling a tiny mountain peak. "Who is there?" someone shouted. The moment he said that, the mountain peak moved. It grew endlessly. The ancient trees around them shook. In the blink of an eye, that mountain peak had already exceeded the height of the ancient trees and was more than 100 feet tall. Everyone in the allied army turned their heads over instinctively. A gigantic shadow covered them from above the skies. That was no mountain peak. It was clearly a humanoid ferocious beast that had just risen. Standing at the front with its majestic body, it was like an unshakable tower. Instantly, the entire Tsang Lang mountain range seemed like it was part of the backdrop. The massive ferocious beast's black hair danced wildly and it was surrounded by demonic chi, resembling a fiend celestial. A pair of bloodshot eyes looked down at the allied army as it breathed out air currents through its nose. It was as though those bloodshot eyes could spew flames. Pust. Many cultivators were scared out of their wits and gasped. Countless horses neighed in fright and fell to the ground, peeing and shitting themselves helplessly. Even beasts had to bow down to this humanoid ferocious beast, let alone mere horses. Countless Foundation establishment cultivators fell from their mounts and the army was in chaos. Even the nascent souls who were present were shocked at the sight of this, let alone the low-leveled cultivators. This was way too ferocious. They could sense an immense killing intent from the humanoid ferocious beast, an apocalyptic malevolent chi that threatened to devour everything in its path. Up till this point of their cultivation, they had come across many pure-blooded ferocious beasts. However, even the fiercest pure-blooded ferocious beasts looked like kittens compared to this ferocious beast before them. The person blocking their way was none other than Su Zimo, who had just experienced the pain of losing a kin in his demon form. Roar! Su Zimo took a deep breath of air and his chest puffed. Opening his mouth, he took on the stance of thunderclap kill and released a deafening howl. The weather changed. Boom! It was as though thunder had struck. Against the mighty howl, the beasts cried and the birds screeched. The sound of the beasts trampling endlessly seemed to have vanished. Countless ancient trees were uprooted. The minds of the golden cores right at the front went blank as they stood motionlessly in midair with frozen looks on their faces. There was a brief pause. Poof! 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 Blood mists appeared one after another. It was like a tragic burst of fireworks. Against the horrifying sound wave, dozens of golden cores exploded from the shock, turning into blood mists without corpses. The golden cores slightly further away also had stoned gazes. They bled from all 7 orifices and their lives were severed. One after another, figures fell from midair. The situation on the ground was even worse for the Allied army. There were countless Chi condensation and foundation establishment cultivators that were ruptured to death. The beast stampede had already closed in together with the howl, charging into the Allied army with a wild massacre. Spirit lights filled the skies and spirit energy surged. Fresh blood splattered all over the forest. Cultivators were weak physically, and the greatest taboo for them in a fight against demon beasts was being closed in. And now, demon beasts were charging into the crowd endlessly, gnawing and swiping their claws at everything before them. This was something that Chi condensation and foundation establishment cultivators could not defend against at all. Furthermore, there were tens of millions of demon beasts in Song Lang mountain range, a few times more than the number of troops in the Allied army. Up in the skies, down on the ground, deep underground. Demon beasts were everywhere. The gathering of countless demon beasts formed a massive force. Even golden cores would most likely die if they were closed in by spirit demons of golden core realm. Only a few perfected beings with golden core phenomenons managed to hold out in midair. However, the true terror had only just begun. The moment Su Zimo returned from the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley and decided to attack, it was already decided that Song Lang mountain range would turn into an endless hell for the Allied army. Chapter 623, Vanish. Chapter 623, Vanish. Su Zimo moved his mighty body and took a step forward like a towering fiend celestial. Bang! Boom! Boom! A massive blood-colored ravine was carved out on the ground. Many Chi condensation and foundation establishment cultivators could not dodge in time and were trampled into meat sludge by Su Zimo's gigantic feet, mixing into the ground. A single step from him caused the entire mountain range to quake. How dare you behave so insolently, beast? Kill him. Swoosh. 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 Spirit lights flashed. Flying swords streaked everywhere. Many golden cores attacked and released their flying swords, sending forth a series of white beams towards Su Zimo's body like a heavy downpour. Although there were many golden cores in the Allied army, their strength were far too weak compared to the paragons of the North region 20 years ago. The flying swords they used were also superior-grade flying swords. Even supreme-grade spirit weapons were rare, let alone perfect or connate spirit weapons. Su Zimo did not dodge or avoid. In fact, he did not even blink as he allowed those white beams to pierce his body. Clang! 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 The sound of metal clashing echoed. Countless flying swords were repelled, they could not pierce Su Zimo's body at all. Bang! 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 Su Zimo took 3 consecutive strides forward and rammed domineeringly. Countless ancient trees were uprooted and snapped on the stop, and many cultivators were trampled to death. Each time his gigantic feet stomped down on the crowd and left, a red, bloody region would appear. There were initially millions of cultivators in the Allied army. But now, they were mostly defeated and split up by Su Zimo to fight in small groups. With the swarm of the beast stampede, although they had only fought for a brief moment, the Allied army received a tremendous blow and suffered heavy losses. This was the core of Song Lang mountain range. Even if they wanted to retreat, there was nowhere out for them. Demon beasts were cruel and bloodthirsty by nature. Now that there was a massive massacre, the demons were even more excited and their eyes were bloodshot. On the spirit vessel, the princes of the 3 dynasties frowned. The bald burly man said darkly, "Don't worry, princes. That's only a golden core realm spirit demon. Although it's slightly larger in size, there's nothing to worry about." "That's right." The white-bloused woman nodded in agreement. "We just need a few top-tier golden cores in the battlefield to release their golden core phenomenons, and it would be enough to kill that demon." Before her sentence was complete, a few golden cores that killed a few demon beasts in succession had already released their movement techniques to charge towards Su Zimo. Beast, catch my river crossing chains. The person hollered and a gigantic river surged behind him, crashing on the shores. An extremely thick chain crossed the river and whipped Su Zimo ruthlessly. Bang! Bang! Another few golden cores charged forward and released their phenomenons that surged with a burst power as well. Scram! Su Zimo hollered and waved his gigantic fist against the few golden core phenomenons with such vigor which seemed like he could devour rivers and mountains with his roar alone. You're asking for death. At the end of the day, he's nothing but a beast. To think that he would try to take on golden core phenomenons head-on with his body. Splash! Su Zimo's tsunami blood, tendons and bones sounded together. That single punch from him instantly released a tragic aura of blood stench. Boom! There was a deafening sound. The void seemed to be frozen. Immediately after, the golden core phenomenons in midair shattered entirely. A few golden cores were severely impacted and they fell from midair with pale faces while puking blood. They were most likely doomed. The expressions of everyone on the spirit vessel changed. The strength of that demon beast had exceeded their expectations. A metallic strong body that was invulnerable against weapons, fire and water. Even the combined attack of a few golden cores with their phenomenons could not injure him at all. Instead, they were killed from a single punch by him. What sort of terrifying power did that body of his possess? Something isn't right. The Prince of Great Shang frowned with a grim expression. If this continues, our allied army is going to be destroyed by this beast. Perfected lords, please make a move. Don't worry, Prince. I'll head over right now and retrieve the head of that beast. The bald burly man glared at Su Zimo, who was not far away with a murderous aura, and smacked his lips. I'll go too. The white-bloused woman took the initiative to obey the order. Please hold on, the both of you. The skinny old man frowned slightly. The three of us have a mission to protect the safety of our princes. We should let our fellow nascent souls deal with this beast. There were another 100 nascent souls that accompanied the allied army. At that moment, the commotion of Tsang Lang mountain range had already alerted the other nascent souls. One after another, figures soared into the air from the back of the army with terrifying auras that were much more frightening than golden cores. They sped to the front with sharp gazes. The skinny old man said deeply with a glint in his eyes, "There's something weird about this. It's better for us to be careful." Foo-foo. The bald burly man's eyes flashed with mockery as he chuckled. Fellow Taoist, aren't you being overly cautious? Surely a golden core spirit demon can't cause any huge troubles. There's no need to argue. The Prince of Great Shang said calmly, the combined attack of 100 nascent souls will fill the entire place with dermic powers. There's no need to fear these beasts, all we have to do is sit back and wait. Where's the beast? The white-bloused woman exclaimed softly and suddenly asked. What beast? Everyone froze for a moment. Thereafter, they came to a gradual realization. Just as they conversed, the towering humanoid ancient beast had vanished. Everyone looked down in a hurry. The battlefield was intense and chaotic, but there were no traces of the humanoid beast. How was that possible? It was extremely difficult for that massive body to remain hidden. How could it have vanished? The three princes had uncertain expressions. The bald burly man frowned. Don't worry, princes. I'll check it out with my spirit consciousness. His glabella shone as he spread out his spirit consciousness that extended continuously. Sight was one of the 5 senses and was limited in use. The moment one's eyes were covered, they wouldn't be able to see anything. Their vision would also be obstructed by any objects blocking their view ahead. This was the logic behind the saying of how one wouldn't recognize something great in front of them if their eyes were covered even by a piece of leaf. However, spirit consciousness was an energy fluctuation released by the essence spirit, a sensory tool that extended outwards. Even with closed eyes, if the spirit consciousness met with any obstructions, it would just wrap around them like water. It could permeate every single pore and it was omnipresent, reflecting images in the mind clear as day. There were no secrets that could be hidden. It was simple if a demon beast wanted to hide itself in this forest. However, it would be more difficult than ascending the mountains if it wanted to avoid detection from spirit consciousness. The bald burly man retracted his spirit consciousness a while later with a terrible expression. There was nothing. The search radius of his spirit consciousness extended for a full 5 kilometers. However, there was no trace of the humanoid ferocious beast at all. The bald burly man was a little confused. It was practically impossible to escape more than 5 kilometers within such a short period of time. Even nascent souls and void reversions won't be able to do it, let alone a spirit demon at Golden Core Realm. It was as though the humanoid ferocious beast had disappeared into thin air. In reality, the bald burly man was not the only one. The 100 nascent souls in midair, as well as the white-bloused woman and skinny old man, had released their spirit consciousnesses instantly to track down Su Zimo. However, none of them sensed anything. All of a sudden, a change occurred on the battlefield. Chapter 624, Night Assault. Chapter 624, Night Assault. The 100 nascent souls in midair were descending onto the battlefield, releasing their spirit consciousnesses to check. A nascent soul had just passed by an ancient tree when unexpectedly, a thick arm reached out from the darkness. The arm was thick like an anaconda and wrapped itself around the nascent soul, pulling him behind the ancient tree. Ah! The person only managed to let out a brief, tragic cry before silence ensued. Bang! A disfigured body was tossed out from behind the ancient tree. Its head was smashed to a pulp. Although its appearance was completely destroyed, it could be seen from the corpse's attire that this was the nascent soul who was attacked earlier on. Who's there? Kill! A group of nascent souls roared and released their dermic arts that surged towards the ancient tree like a tidal wave. Boom! The ancient tree exploded into dust. In the darkness, a figure could be seen sliding off the ancient tree long ago. With nimble moves, it tunneled into the forest in a flash and disappeared. It's him. That's the humanoid beast. Although they could not catch sight of the figure's face, everyone could clearly tell that the aura it emanated was exactly the same as the humanoid beast. Where can you run to? Many nascent souls hollered and gave chase. However, limited vision was already an issue to begin with in the forest. Coupled with the dark night skies, the group of them lost sight of the humanoid ferocious beast once again after a short chase. What is that demon beast? I've got no idea. I tried using my spirit consciousness to check it out earlier, but I couldn't see its true form, as though something was blocking me. How could this be? A few nascent souls frowned and discussed in hushed voices. If a demon took on human form, its true form could be revealed easily with the use of spirit consciousness as long as the difference between their cultivation realms wasn't too great. For example, if an anaconda took on human form, the image that appeared in the cultivator's mind after a check with spirit consciousness would be an anaconda. The effect was even more obvious with the use of the demon revealing mirror. After forming a core, demons could take on human form and speak in human tongue. If they advanced further and cultivated an essence spirit, they could even hide their demonic chi, and at that point, even cultivators would be hard-pressed to differentiate them. Because of that, in the ancient era, an emperor created a weapon targeted at demons called the Demon Revealing Mirror. Later on, it became common and widespread in the cultivation world. High-grade demon revealing mirrors could even revert the demon beasts to their true forms with the release of dermic powers. Even if they couldn't, the mirrors would reflect the demon beast's true forms so that everyone could see. How strange. A black-robed nascent soul mumbled. Suddenly, a purple-winged eagle flew towards them with a vicious gaze. It reached out with its pair of sharp talons and grabbed the black-robed cultivator. You have a death wish, beast. The black-robed cultivator harumphed coldly and tapped his glabella to pull out a flying sword. Dermic powers surged as he waved his robes, sending the flying sword forward. Poof! The speed of that sword was way too fast. The purple-winged eagle tried its best to dodge, but it still failed and was pierced by the sword, dying on the spot. The carcass of the purple-winged eagle fell from midair and passed by the black-robed cultivator. The black-robed cultivator did not pay any attention after slaying a Golden Core Realm spirit demon. During his absence of mind, he felt a figure flash past the corner of his eyes. A chilling killing intent surfaced. Instantly, the black-robed cultivator felt as though he had fallen into a pit of ice water. It was the humanoid ferocious beast. The ferocious beast had been hiding on the purple-winged eagle and only struck after the carcass of the eagle passed by the cultivator. The black-robed cultivator's flying sword was not by his side and he panicked. In his fluster, he conjured hand seals to release dermic arts to repel the intruder. However, they were too close together and the figure had already leaped towards him in the blink of an eye. The intruder reached out with both arms and clutched the black-robed cultivator's shoulder blades, exerting strength in his fingers. Fingernails that were as sharp as daggers pierced the bones and flesh of the black-robed cultivator instantly. Ah! The black-robed cultivator howled in pain and cold sweat ran down his face immediately. Before he could react, the intruder's knees were already rammed forward like a sprinting stallion. Bang! The black-robed cultivator's chest caved him and his eyes bulged. With a ripping sound, his arms were torn right off him. A blood mist spewed out. Another nascent soul was dead. How dare you, beast! The other nascent souls realized what happened and were enraged, summoning their dermic weapons hurriedly to turn around and give chase. Under the guise of the night, the figure did not pause at all after killing the black-robed cultivator, turning into a streak of light before bolting into another part of the forest. After turns and twists, it rushed into the beast's stampede and disappeared before long again. All the nascent souls had grim expressions on their faces after chasing all the way without gaining anything in return. In their wrath, the nascent souls attacked one after another, summoning their dermic weapons and releasing dermic arts, almost flattening the entire forest. Countless demon beasts in the vicinity died. On the spirit vessel, the Prince of Great Xia could not help but ask uneasily, "Where has that beast gone to? We can't let him escape just like this." The white-bloused woman raised her brow and remarked in confusion, "For some unknown reason, my spirit consciousness can't lock onto that person. The moment my spirit consciousness spreads out, it's blocked." "I get the same feeling as well." The bald burly man nodded. Everyone turned towards the skinny old man by instinct. Among the three of them, the skinny old man was the most experienced with the highest cultivation realm. "There's only two possibilities," the skinny old man said. "First, the demon beast cultivated some sort of a demonic secret skill that can block away spirit consciousnesses. Second, it's carrying some sort of a treasure that can block out spirit consciousnesses." The white-bloused woman and bald burly man nodded with pensive expressions. The gaze of the skinny old man shone coldly. "This demon beast's cultivation realm isn't high, so it's unrealistic for it to cultivate such a demonic cultivation. I'm guessing that it should be in possession of a treasure." The hearts of the white-bloused woman and bald burly man skipped a beat as their eyes flashed with a brief hint of greed. A treasure as such was also valuable to them. The skinny old man was not wrong. The humanoid ferocious beast that killed two nascent souls in succession was Su Zimo. The treasure that the skinny old man was referring to were the Mingwang prayer beads. Although Su Zimo underwent both demonic and immortality cultivation, he had not cultivated an essence spirit for either Daos. As such, his true strength was definitely not a match for nascent souls. Furthermore, he was up against 100 nascent souls. A head-on fight would be courting death. His advantage was in melee combat. Su Zimo only managed to kill the two nascent souls after making use of the complex environment of Tsang Lang Mountain Range, the Dark Night, the Mingwang prayer beads alongside a change of his body and appearance. Although the processes were simple, the difference between life and death was merely a single breath. However, Su Zimo was the only one who knew how dangerous it was. If he was slower by a single step or committed a single mistake, he would be locked down by the 100 nascent souls and killed on the spot. Furthermore, after killing 2 nascent souls in succession, the remaining cultivators were now extremely guarded. Any activity at this point would lead to a thunderous retaliation. The dark night had already passed. The skies were turning brighter. It was no longer possible for a sneak attack. Su Zimo hid in the depths of the forest as one with his surroundings and glared at the largest spirit vessel in midair with a cold, silent expression. Chapter 625, Send You to Your Grave. Chapter 625, Send You to Your Grave. After the deaths of 2 nascent souls in successions, the remaining nascent souls had grim expressions as they stood tensely in midair. Any hint of danger or activity would alert everyone to attack preemptively. No matter the demon beast, anything that tried getting close would be slain mercilessly. "Where's that beast?" the Prince of Great Yu asked loudly. It had been quite some time after the 2 nascent souls were killed and Su Zimo never appeared again, as though he had already left the place. "This beast is extremely crafty," the bald burly man harumphed coldly. "If he dares to appear right now, he'll definitely be locked down and killed." The white-bloused woman said, "Demon beasts are much sharper towards danger than humans. I'm guessing that it has already escaped." After the both of them spoke, they turned and looked at the skinny old man automatically. The skinny old man shook his head. "I don't know. I'm just curious as to why that demon beast would gather a beast stampede to stand in the way of our allied army." Right then, a golden core sped towards them, drenched in blood. The armor on his body was almost torn apart completely by the demon beasts. The person descended on the deck of the spirit vessel and walked towards the 3 princes, saying hoarsely, "Princes, the beast stampede is way too ferocious and we can't defend against it. Please release the order for us to retreat, princes." "Bullshit." The Prince of Great Yu slapped the table and stood up, berating, "We've got 100 nascent souls accompanying our allied army. If they attack, we can suppress the beast stampede at any time." "Humph." The Prince of Great Xia narrowed his gaze and said coldly, "Although you're a general of the army, the way you're dropping our morale is punishable by death." "That's enough." The Prince of Great Shang waved it off. "General Sun, head on down first and kill the enemies as best as you can. Victory is already decided with the nascent soul seniors around." General Sun was someone from the Great Shang dynasty after all and could not be killed with such a reason. The Prince of Great Shang had to protect him no matter what. Furthermore, the situation on the battlefield was indeed as he had described. Many nascent souls had already attacked and released dermic arts to suppress the beast stampede. Although the beast stampede was ferocious, they were inferior in terms of cultivation realm at the end of the day and could not withstand the killing might of nascent souls. The force of the beast stampede was already showing signs of weakness. In that short period of time, General Sun did not stop in his tracks on the spirit vessel and approached the 3 princes. When the battle broke out, the skinny old man and the other 2 nascent souls had already closed into the 3 princes to prevent accidents from happening. The first to notice something unusual was the bald burly man. Looking at General Sun who was walking over, the bald burly man frowned and barked, "Don't you know the rules? How dare you not kneel down in front of the princes?" At the same time, the skinny old man frowned and released his spirit consciousness across General Sunday. The skinny old man's expression changed. His spirit consciousness was blocked by a mysterious energy. It was a familiar feeling, as though not good. The skinny old man gasped and his heart nearly stopped. At the same time, a voice sounded coldly, "I'm not kneeling because I'm here to send you to your graves." At that moment, General Sun had already arrived before the 3 nascent souls. Right in front of everyone, General Sun's facial muscles twitched sinisterly and he transformed into another person in the blink of an eye. It was a refined-looking scholar whose eyes were cold and murderous. The intruder was not General Sun, but a transformed Su Zimo. Almost everyone was focused on what was happening outside. Nobody thought that Su Zimo would dare to approach them personally. The white-bloused woman was stunned. That single lapse was the difference between life and death. In Su Zimo's eyes, an opening as such was death in melee combat. Reaching out, Su Zimo slapped the white-bloused woman on the head. There was a loud thud on the ground. The white-bloused woman's head exploded with brain juices splattering everywhere, even her essence spirit was destroyed on the spot. The skinny old man and bald burly man reacted right away. The bald burly man was a body-tempered warrior and he was delighted to see Su Zimo close in. His bloodline surged. The bald burly man punched at Su Zimo's head fiercely. His fist was like a meteor that arrived with an unparalleled force instantly. However, the skinny old man was more experienced and retreated immediately. He would gain the advantage as long as he could increase the distance between them. At the same time, he conjured hand seals to release a dermic art. Dermic power churned. A thick finger that resembled a heavenly piercing pillar was conjured rapidly and thrust at Su Zimo's chest viciously with a frightening might. Su Zimo spoke at the same time. Damning mantra was released. Sanskrit reverberated through the air endlessly, forming a noble might. The first to be implicated was the Imperial army that was nearby the deck. Cling! Clang! Many Imperial army soldiers revealed pained looks as their weapons fell to the ground one after another in loud clangs. Piak! 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 A series of cracks appeared on the protection talismans of the three princes. They were shaken by that single Sanskrit word. As for the skinny old man, he shuddered and frowned with a hint of pain deep in his eyes. Although he was a nascent soul, he was not a body-tempered warrior and was not exactly strong enough to withstand the power of the Sanskrit sound. The dermic power finger that was conjured in midair dissipated slightly and its power was reduced. The bald burly man was the least impacted by the Sanskrit sound. There was almost no pause in his punch. Ma! Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he spoke once more. The second Sanskrit had arrived. Bang! 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 Most of the Imperial Army soldiers on the deck collapsed stiffly with blood oozing from all orifices. They suffered miserable deaths and their brains were mostly rattled into sludge. The three princes slumped to the ground with terrible expressions on their faces as well. The dermic power finger arriving from midair trembled and its strength was greatly diminished. The skinny old man staggered as well. However, he was fearless. He had already increased the distance between them. Moreover, Su Zimo had to deal with his dermic art and the bald burly man's melee combat. There was no chance for him to get close to the skinny old man. All of a sudden, the skinny old man caught a glimpse of light from the corner of his eyes. Instinctively, he turned over. Not far away, Su Zimo's right eye released a dazzling brilliance that resembled a blazing sun, illuminating the entire world like daylight. Illumination Eye. Boom! A blinding light column surged forth through the void and delved right into the skinny old man's face. Instantly, the world went still. A radiance illuminated. The next moment, the light beam dispersed. Night returned. On the spirit vessel, the skinny old man's body convulsed helplessly. A hollow hole appeared on his face, his features were gone and everywhere around the hole was burned. His head was penetrated by that white column of light. His essence spirit was annihilated before it even had the chance to escape. In the blink of an eye, two nascent souls on the spirit vessel were dead. Chapter 626, Color Change. Chapter 626, Color Change. Although the skinny old man was dead, Su Zimo was attacking in succession and did not manage to avoid the dermic power finger conjured by the former after all. Bang! Su Zimo shuddered and his organs shook. A stream of blood surged upwards and choked at his throat. Since he wanted to kill nascent souls as a golden core, he had to undertake an immense risk. Thankfully, Su Zimo had released the damning mantra in succession that reduced the impact of the skinny old man's dermic art. Otherwise, he would have been severely injured with that attack. Dermic power was the energy of the universe and contained its might as well. It was not something that ordinary people could defend against. Although Su Zimo's organs were shaken now, he had a strong physique and frightening regeneration capabilities. This was an injury that he could still withstand. At the same time, the bald burly man's eyes shone viciously and his fist had already arrived. In his opinion, Su Zimo would be killed by a single punch from him even if the latter was in peak condition, let alone now that he was injured. After all, he was a nascent soul realm body-tempered warrior. Su Zimo's eyes lit up and shone viciously. His blood chi surged with the howls of dragons and roars of tigers, his tendons pulsated and his bones echoed with metallic sounds. Without retreating or avoiding, Su Zimo returned a punch as well. Bang! The two fists collided. A jarring and dull sound echoed with the collision of flesh and bones. The bald burly man's expression changed starkly. He could sense an unstoppable power surging through the other party's fist towards him. It was like a tsunami that threatened to devour him. This is bad, this person's physique is really strong. The bald burly man was alarmed. Although Su Zimo was not at nascent soul realm, his body was extremely frightening. The power of his blood and melee combat capabilities had far surpassed ordinary nascent souls. If a nascent soul from Glass Palace that was renowned for body tempering was here, the fight between him and Su Zimo might be indeterminate. However, this bald burly man was only an ordinary body-tempered warrior. In other words, this bald burly man wouldn't even have the advantage against Shibuya, who died in Su Zimo's hands in melee combat, let alone Su Zimo himself. If Su Zimo hadn't been struck by the skinny old man's dermic art previously, victory would have been decided by that single punch. With that single exchange, the bald burly man had already sensed something amiss. The bald burly man retreated with the momentum from Su Zimo's punch, intending to increase their distance so that he could release a dermic art to kill the latter. When Su Zimo noticed the bald burly man's actions, his gaze flashed and he frowned slightly. Although he had killed two nascent souls in succession, the situation was extremely disadvantageous for him. Furthermore, things would only get more dangerous the longer the situation dragged on. The surrounding nascent souls were already starting to notice what was going on here. He had to kill this bald burly man with a definitive might. But now that the bald burly man had retreated with the momentum of their clash, Su Zimo was already a little too slow. It was too late for him to give chase by now. Suddenly, Su Zimo was struck by inspiration and opened his mouth. With the help of his powerful organs, tongue and mouth, Su Zimo spat the blood in his throat towards the bald burly man's face like an arrow. The damning mantra's impact on the bald burly man was minimal. However, that blood arrow could not be ignored. Su Zimo could shock golden cores to death with just the power of his voice. It was obvious how strong the corporeal blood arrow would be. The bald burly man's eyelids twitched rapidly. Unable to dodge, he could only extend his arms to block instinctively. Bang! A piercing pain surged through him when the blood arrow struck his palm. Although it did not injure his core, the bald burly man was still shocked. If he had ignored that blood arrow and took it head-on, his face would have been destroyed in a mess of flesh and blood. The bald burly man felt uneasy. However, before he could snap out of his stupor, he caught sight of a vague shadow from the corner of his eye. The bald burly man's heart sank. The next moment, he sensed an immense killing intent surging over, causing his scalp to prickle and his hairs to stand on end. That blood arrow was merely a bait. The bald burly man had goosebumps all over. Like an ancient fiend celestial, the figure had already arrived before him and pushed down on his head with a massive engulfing palm. Die! Su Zimo's ferocity was torrential as he hollered with a lightning gaze. The bald burly man did not have time to gather his dermic powers and could only cross and prop up his arms while channeling his bloodline to defend against Su Zimo's encompassing palm. Bang! Both parties collided. The bald burly man's expression changed starkly and a piercing pain surged through his arms. Immediately after, he lost all feeling in both arms. The bald burly man merely felt a tsunami-like power crushing down boundlessly. It was invincible like the collapse of the heavens. The might of a heaven's collapse was not something that human strength could defend against. Thump. The bald burly man knelt on the ground and his ankles were almost smashed. By then, most of the surrounding cultivators had already noticed what was happening over here. Everyone was shocked when they saw that. A nascent soul was forced to kneel on the ground. In everyone's eyes, the bald burly man who was trembling beneath Su Zimo's palm was like an insignificant ant struggling to survive. However, Su Zimo stood firmly and his black hair danced. His eyes were bright and lively, like an enraged diving being with a torrential might. He had suppressed a nascent soul with a single palm strike as a golden core. Who in history could achieve this? With a cold gaze, Su Zimo extended his foot and tapped the bald burly man gently on the chest. The bald burly man's body was already enduring an unimaginable burden propping up Su Zimo's palm. His bones creaked as though they could collapse at any moment. He could only watch as Su Zimo's foot arrived without any way of dodging. Snap! The bald burly man's chest caved in right away. The bones in his chest shattered and the snapped bones pierced his heart, ending his life. The bald burly man's blood chi deteriorated rapidly as blood gurgled in his agape mouth. His eyes were listless and filled with the aura of death. His glabella shone. A glow appeared. The bald burly man's essence spirit left his body and was trying to escape. Ma! He chanted in Sanskrit. The damning mantra descended once more. The bald burly man's essence spirit shuddered and its glow dimmed. The essence spirits of nascent souls were filled with impurities and extremely weak. After leaving their physical bodies, the essence spirits couldn't even withstand the heat of the sun or the coldness of rain. At the very least, the essence spirits would already be severely injured, if not dead. Essence spirits were only free to leave at will without fear of the blazing suns and roam the world once one cultivates to the void reversion realm. Although the bald burly man's body could withstand the might of the damning mantra, his essence spirit could not. That single Sanskrit sound annihilated his essence spirit. Su Zimo continued pushing down with his palm. Boom! The bald burly man's body was squashed onto the deck of the spirit vessel, turning into a meat sludge with its tendons and bones crushed completely along with the destroyed essence spirit. A clear blood-colored imprint appeared on the deck, etched deeply. The spirit vessel was made of superior-grade metal and was even tougher than superior-grade spirit weapons. But now, a mark was etched onto it by Su Zimo's palm. Roar! Su Zimo stood up, his palm still stained with the blood of the nascent soul as he let out a shuddering aura. With a frightening gaze, he surveyed the surroundings before releasing a reverberating roar. Roar! 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 Immediately after, the beasts howled in unison and all demons went wild. Instantly, demonic chi filled the air and the color of the mountains and rivers changed. Chapter 627, Buried Along with Him. Chapter 627, Buried Along with Him. Initially, the beast stampede was already showing signs of defeat after the onslaught of the nascent souls. But now, after Su Zimo's appearance to murder 3 nascent souls on the spirit vessel with a thunderous might, blood stained the skies. The torrential ferocity brought forth a massive boost to the morale of the demons. Countless demons howled within the endless valley. The nearly defeated beast stampede gathered once again into a series of currents that charged towards the allied army. Fresh blood and massacres filled the entire place. The reason why the demon beasts of Tsang Lang mountain range were so united wasn't merely out of fear towards Su Zimo's strength. More than that, it was because the flesh of cultivators was a great tonic for them. There were millions of cultivators in the allied army. By now, Corpses were strewn all over the place and there were rivers of blood. With that massive amount of life force essence, there was bound to be a biological change. There was a high chance that a fiend demon could be born in Song Lang mountain range after this battle. Demon beasts were also sentient and all of them wanted to become fiend demons. Prior to this, the 100 nascent souls traveled far away from the spirit vessel as they expanded their search radius for Su Zimo. Although they noticed what was happening on the spirit vessel, it was already too late for them to return. The 3 nascent souls had died way too quickly. The entire process took less than 5 breaths. YYUR. The Prince of Great Xia seemed to have recognized something as he pointed at Su Zimo, shivering with fear in his eyes. You look like Su Zimo. You are Su Zimo. The Prince of Great Xia shrieked and the fat on his face shook. Back then, the 3 dynasties sent their armies to the Great Qian ruins and the Prince of Great Xia was one of those lucky enough to witness that earth-shaking battle. Although that strongest monster incarnate in history leaped down into the Dragon Burial Valley and died, the memory of his face was everlasting like a nightmare. Su Zimo. The moment that name was spoken, there was an uproar. How was that possible? Didn't he leap down Dragon Burial Valley right in front of everyone? Wasn't his golden core destroyed and his inner core torn? Hasn't he already died? It really looks like him. Back then, I saw him from afar as well. That monster incarnate is not dead? The 100 nascent souls revealed uneasy looks of shock. Golden cores were not the only ones who died in the Paragon battle 20 years ago. At that time, even nascent souls that appeared were annihilated, burned to death without any corpses remaining by a blaze of flames, even their essence spirits were destroyed. It was a tragic battle that was rare in history. Nobody expected that this man who was thought to be dead would stand before them alive and well. All the nascent souls looked at Su Zimo and none of them could sense any spirit energy fluctuation. Someone said coldly with an icy glare, well. It seems like you've turned into a demon completely. Since you're not a human, you're our common enemy. Against the threat of the nascent soul, Su Zimo was fearless as he turned to look at the 3 princes shivering on the deck. The 3 princes shuddered. The Prince of Great Xia was in an even more pathetic state as his pants were wet with a stench, his pee and shit had already flowed uncontrollably. Su Zimo, you will definitely die today if you dare to hurt the princes. A nascent soul hollered. The nascent souls sped over in an encirclement. However, the 3 princes were on the spirit vessel and nobody dared to attack recklessly. The Prince of Great Yu was no longer as intimidating as before. He was extremely frightful as he asked with a quivering voice, Su Zimo, we've got no grudge with you. Why are you doing this? No grudge? Su Zimo laughed and pointed to the land beneath him, asking, do you know where this is? This is the Song Lang mountain range, the Prince of Great Xia replied hurriedly, afraid that he would die if he took his time. Wrong. Su Zimo shook his head. This is the Yen country. The allied army of the 3 dynasties sent forth millions of troops to invade the territory of the Yen country while massacring countless of our citizens. Yet, you say that you have no grudge with me? If you spare us, we'll withdraw our troops right away. The Prince of Great Shang was the only one who could maintain his composure right now among the 3 princes as he said with a dark voice. Withdraw? Ha! Su Zimo laughed. Nothing in the world is that easy. The Prince of Great Shang snarled, what do you want? Su Zimo gazed at Jianan city that was still billowing with smoke in the distance and said, how many people in these lands have died to the merciless iron hooves of your army? How many people have died in this chaotic era of war? He retracted his gaze and turned to the 3 princes, asking coldly, who is going to atone for their lives? Su Zimo's tone was extremely calm. However, the more that was the case, the more afraid the 3 princes felt. Beneath that refined exterior was a fiend demon that could devour anyone at any moment. Fellow Taoist, you're a cultivator. The Prince of Great Shang was smart and did not point out Su Zimo's identity as a demon right now, afraid of triggering the latter. Gulping to compose himself, he continued, since you're a cultivator, you've already let go of your mortal self and severed your ties with mortality. Why does the lives of the living beings in the world matter to you, fellow Taoist? In other words, how many people can survive from the flames of war in the North region? Are you going to interfere in everything, fellow Taoist? Are you going to save everyone? You're not wrong. Su Zimo nodded. When he heard that, the Prince of Great Shang felt relieved. The princes of Great Xia and Great Yu were so emotional that they nearly cried. However, suddenly, Su Zimo changed the topic and remarked indifferently, I'm very sad and angry because my brother is dead, therefore, I want to kill. I want you to be buried along with him. The moment he said that, the three princes felt chills run down their spines as though they had just fallen into a cesspool of cold water. That was a reason that seemed simple and absurd. Yet, no one could refute it. Su Zimo. The Prince of Great Shang felt an immense threat and could not help but shout, there are 100 nascent souls here and your presence has already been exposed. If you hurt us, you won't be able to escape as well. Although the Prince of Great Shang was calm and tried to use both hard and soft tactics, he had not realized that he was dealing with someone so terrifying. This was a person that was decisive to kill without reservations. This was a person whose guts would shock nascent souls. Is that so? Su Zimo smirked. I'm going to give that a shot. Boom. With a ferocious gaze, he stomped his feet fiercely on the deck, letting off a reverberating boom. The spirit vessel shook violently. On the deck, a crack could be seen clearly extending endlessly from where Su Zimo stood. It was extremely fast and dense. Boom. It was yet another deafening sound. Su Zimo stomped once more. The spirit vessel exploded into different parts. The massive spirit vessel was stomped apart by Su Zimo's foot. Su Zimo fell rapidly and waved his sleeves, causing countless debris before him to shoot towards the three princes in a flurry. Poof! 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 Blood mist spewed from the three princes, riddling them with holes and ending their lives. They were already dead before they landed on the ground. The princes of the three dynasties are dead and this place shall be your resting ground. Su Zimo's voice spread through the entire forest in a chilling manner. Chapter 628, Escape. Chapter 628, Escape. Bastard, you're courting death. Many nascent souls shouted at the same time and attacked one after another. Dermic power filled the skies as multiple dermic arts collided to create a deafening bang. Dermic weapons descended. The might of the universe enveloped Song Lang mountain range and the entire valley quaked violently. Mountain peaks collapsed, gravel rolled, ancient trees fell over and dust billowed. It was like an apocalypse. The nascent souls present were truly enraged. Su Zimo had murdered the three princes right in front of them. That was equivalent to a complete disregard for them. Furthermore, with the three princes dead and a heavy loss for the allied army, they could only retreat even if they survived. This conquest could only be considered as a failure. After killing the three princes, Su Zimo did not linger at all and escaped right away. His inner core churned fanatically and his blood chi surged. Descending rapidly, he stuck close to the ground like an anaconda and slithered towards the depths of the forest with extremely nimble movement techniques. His frightening spirit perception was released. He was escaping with all his might. Bang! 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 Swoosh! 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 The sound of dermic arts bombarded his ears constantly. Dermic weapons tore through the air with cold gleams. Against the hunt of 100 nascent souls, a single mistake would result in instant death. A dermic art descended. Su Zimo's tendons and bones rang at the same time and his body contorted to a degree beyond the limits of an ordinary person. By a hair's breadth, he evaded the dermic art again. Bang! The dermic art ruptured a mountain rock that smashed down heavily on Su Zimo's back. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, but he did not stop at all. At that moment, a single moment of sluggishness in his movement would result in instant death. A flying sword streaked by. A bloody gash appeared on Su Zimo's thighs. However, there was no fluctuation in his eyes, as though he could feel no pain at all. As Su Zimo escaped, he coordinated his muscles to allow the flesh on both sides of the wound to close and stop the blood flow momentarily. He continued sprinting and his speed had already reached its limits. To be fair, this was also because it was dark in Song Lang mountain range at the moment and he had the advantage of the complicated terrain. Mountain peaks, forests, trees and holes, there were way too many places for him to hide. Su Zimo had cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness and had spent a year living in Song Lang mountain range many years ago. As such, he knew this place like the back of his hand. That was the reason why he was able to maneuver his way around for such a long time against the pursuit of 100 nascent souls. In fact, there were a few times when he nearly shrugged them off his tail. However, as time passed by, Su Zimo's situation became increasingly dangerous. He was injured. The frantic escape took a huge toll on him and he had no time to recuperate at all. His speed was bound to drop after an extended period of time. Furthermore, it was no longer late at night. As the day turned brighter, the vision range of the nascent souls would increase as well. Once they formed an encirclement, it would be difficult for him to escape even if he had wings. Beast, you're bound to die today. The 100 nascent souls had cultivated for several hundred years and with their experience, they could naturally read the current situation. I think we should capture this beast alive. That's right. I'm sure that there are countless factions and sects in the North region who are interested in this lad. The 100 nascent souls were confident of their victory and began discussions. After all, there were way too many secrets on Su Zimo. He had entered the human emperor's palace and was the second person in history after the human emperor to cultivate to the extreme foundation establishment realm. He was the only one who knew the secrets behind the extreme foundation establishment realm. Furthermore, he was in possession of the legendary treasure, the divine phoenix bone. The eyes of the 100 nascent souls shone with excitement. In reality, at their cultivation realm, they were no longer really attracted towards the strife of dynasties. Although this conquest was a failure, if they could capture Su Zimo alive and obtain a treasure such as the divine phoenix bone, the trip would definitely not be wasted. I'm extremely curious how someone in this world can fuse the cultivation techniques of demons and immortals. A nascent soul mulled deeply. The other perfected lords looked on keenly in silence. In reality, everyone had the same idea. Although Su Zimo had many treasures and secrets on him, what was truly valuable was that unknown demonic cultivation technique. Everyone witnessed how Su Zimo was able to kill 5 nascent souls above his level after cultivating the technique. Although they were sneak attacks that preyed on one's carelessness, it was still frightening. Furthermore, Su Zimo's movement speed was not weaker than nascent souls. The strength of his body and intensity of his blood chi was shocking as well. Both sides continued with the chase and escape. A group of nascent souls discovered to their shock that the forest before them was gradually thinning. Everyone gazed into the distance. The path ahead was clear. Haha. That lad chose a wrong path in his panic and escaped out of the mountain range. The perfected lords roared in laughter and chased endlessly. If they left the forest, it would mean that Su Zimo's final hope at escaping would be gone. The perfected lords witnessed Su Zimo sprint furiously into a small town closest to Song Lang mountain range before entering a room in a mansion and never appearing again. Everyone, hold on. Let's not get careless. There might be some reason why that lad escaped here. Someone stopped the group with a doubtful expression. Brotherly, you're giving too much credit to this lad. Someone at the side chuckled softly. Take a look at what's in that mansion. A corpse? Someone came to a realization. I've got it. That must be his brother's corpse. That's right. After knowing that he has nowhere to run, the lad has most likely returned to this place so that he can die with his brother. A nascent soul declared confidently, "This is what it means by returning to one's roots. If I'm not mistaken, this small town should be where the lad was born. It's highly possible. Let's go." The nascent souls emanated with sharp auras as they barged into the small town. With the huge commotion, the citizens that chose to remain in the town were long awakened. Everyone had frightful expressions, hiding in their houses, not daring to make any sound. "Granny, what are you afraid of?" In a dilapidated house, a naive sound of a child echoed. Although the voice was weak, the nascent souls in midair heard everything loud and clear. "Shoo!" The old lady raised her finger and whispered in a hushed tone, "Child, don't speak. You will die if the immortals are offended." "Why?" The child asked with widened eyes of curiosity. "Why would the immortals be offended? What did I do?" "Sigh, there's no need for any reason for immortals to be offended." The old lady sighed. "Dozens of years ago, there was a scholar in this town who was nearly burned to death in flames because he did not kneel down to the immortals." "Ah!" the child exclaimed, seemingly scared. The old lady clutched the child's mouth hurriedly and broke out in cold sweat. When she released her hands slowly a while later, the child had a pensive look before whispering, "Granny, there are also good and bad immortals. The immortals who kill without reason are bad immortals." There was a boom. The roof above the both of them was torn away all of a sudden. 100 mighty figures stood in midair and looked down at the both of them coldly. The old lady hugged the child tightly with frightful eyes and shivered. A nascent soul barked coldly with a menacing gaze, "Talking bad about immortals behind our backs is a crime punishable by death." Suddenly, there was a creak and a door opened in a mansion not far away. A refined-looking scholar strode out with long green robes. Chapter 629, Three Formations. Chapter 629, Three Formations. The scholar who arrived with a fresh set of green robes was Su Zimo, who had escaped here. The attention of the 100 nascent souls were drawn over immediately. The old lady could not see what was going on outside and merely hugged the child tightly in her embrace. "You're finally willing to show yourself, little beast?" Many nascent souls stood in midair and looked down at the mansion not far away, sneering in mockery. Su Zimo had an indifferent expression and walked down the stone steps into the courtyard. He gazed silently at the old man beneath the peach blossom tree with a deep sorrow in his eyes. The old man's eyes were closed and he had a peaceful expression, as though he was in a deep sleep. The furnace made of red clay burned and flickered. There was a bowl of wine remaining above that was still warm. Su Zimo was oblivious to the encirclement of the 100 nascent souls and walked towards the furnace. He lifted the remaining bowl of wine and finished it in a gulp. "This wine is truly fragrant," Su Zimo muttered softly. Those were Su Hong's last words. Every living being lived for worldly desires to chase profits and gains. Even cultivators could not escape from secular desires and sought power or immortality. How many people could be like Su Hong and leave with acceptance and grace? "Beast!" a nascent soul hollered, "If you surrender and hand over the divine phoenix bone along with your demonic cultivation technique now, we can leave you with a full corpse. Otherwise, I'm going to burn your brother's corpse into ashes." Su Zimo remained silent as he looked at the 100 nascent souls in midair with a hint of mockery. Another nascent soul laughed sinisterly. "Also, after today, nobody here shall be spared." His voice spread through the entire Pingyang town. Exclamations sounded one after another in the houses. In fact, the faint sound of women and children sobbing and yelling could be heard in some of the mansions as a fear slowly grew in the hearts of everyone in Pingyang town. In the dilapidated house, the old lady rubbed the child's back and consoled him in a hushed voice. However, there were 2 streams of warm tears running down her face. In the face of cultivators, the lives of mortals were like grass and they were completely helpless. This was their lives. They could do nothing. An old man clutched his walking stick and wobbled out of his room. He kowtowed towards the mighty figures in midair and said in a tragic voice, "Exalted immortals, please take pity on us. I'm an old man who doesn't have long to live. I can die without regrets no matter how you want to punish me. However, there are more than 3,000 women and children in Pingyang town. Please take pity on us and give them a chance to live." The old man had a heart-wrenching expression as he sobbed in misery. However, the 100 nascent souls in midair had cold expressions. Some of them ignored him, some of them looked at him with mockery, and there were even some that laughed coldly. How irritating! A nascent soul hollered loudly with a look of impatience. The old man heard a boom in his ears and felt dizzy, falling head first to the ground. Ha ha ha! The nascent soul roared in laughter. You guys can only blame this town for giving birth to a monster incarnate, a beast. He's the one that implicated all of you. Heis. Right then, a cold sigh sounded from the courtyard. Since you're all here, don't leave. Su Zimo said indifferently, activate. Buzz. Whoosh. Thud. 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 Instantly, heaven and earth shook. An evil gust of wind surged above the firmaments and lightning flashed. The shine of the moon and stars was bedazzling as a frightening and sinister energy descended all of a sudden to envelope Pingyang town. Ah! To the horror of the 100 nascent souls in midair, they discovered that they could not use their essence spirits. An extremely beguiling energy had restricted their essence spirits firmly. The reason why nascent souls were strong was because they could manipulate the energy of the universe after cultivating their essence spirits. In other words, that was the legendary dermic power. The crux to using dermic weapons and arts was their essence spirit. Once their essence spirits were locked, the nascent souls had practically lost their strongest means. It's a formation. A formation. A nascent soul exclaimed loudly in a flustered manner. Shut up. Someone else berated, everyone can tell that it's a formation. But what formation is it exactly? Given their experience, all of them naturally knew that they had fallen into an ambush given the situation. A nascent soul took a deep breath and tried his best to compose himself. I've dabbled a little into formation techniques before. If I'm not wrong, this should be the ancient essence lock formation of the ancient era. However, this ancient formation has been lost for a long time. How is it? All of a sudden, a mist shrouded the surroundings of the small town. Those that were standing in Pingyang town could no longer see what was going on outside. The small town had been isolated completely. Another formation? This should be a trap formation to prevent us from escaping. What? The gall of him. What is he trying to do? Even with our essence spirits locked, we can still make use of spirit energy. Our combined force isn't something he can deal with single-handedly. Before his words were finished, a bedazzling glow burst forth from Pingyang town and a series of light barriers shone with mysterious emblems etched on them. Ah! A third formation. This is bad. Even my spirit energy has been locked. It's the ancient spirit lock formation. The expressions of the nascent souls changed and they could no longer control their bodies as they fell from midair one after another. This time round, everyone truly panicked. There was an ancient spirit lock formation and an ancient essence lock formation. They were almost entirely crippled. Coupled with a trap formation, Pingyang town was now a cage. Among the three formations, the trap formation and ancient spirit lock formation were laid down by Su Zimo during his free time while accompanying Su Hong. Given his cultivation realm, he could not comprehend the ancient essence lock formation nor could he set it up yet. The reason why he could activate the ancient formation was because of the 49 formation flags that he had obtained from the old temple at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. The set of formation flags was from the Great Qian Empire's palace and was later kept in the old temple after the empire was destroyed. On the surface, they seemed like unassuming flags. However, in reality, a lot of work was put into the production of each flag. The flagpoles were made from the bones of fiend demons and the flag banners were made from the skin of fiend demons with additional reinforcement. The hair of the fiend demons were used as the thread to secure and tie the flagpole and the banner. The blood of fiend demons was used as ink to draw the patterns on the flag using a brush made of dermic powder. With the 49 flagpoles, all Su Zimo had to do was draft out the radius of the ancient essence lock formation and calculate where to place the formation eyes. Thereafter, he could activate the formation after plotting the formation flags. Formations had many requirements, took a long time to set up and were passive. Coupled with the fact that many ancient formations had gone missing, the Tao of formation had been on the decline. However, there was naturally a reason why the Tao of formations was still passed down from history as one of the 4 unorthodox groups. The ancient era when the Tao of formations flourished the most was also the period of time when humans established their foundations. Humans were innately weak and relied on countless ancient formations in the beginning to defend against the thousands of races. Because formations required a fixed location and a pre-planned setup, it was extremely difficult to use them. The stronger the formation, the longer it required to set them up. There was no way any party would wait for the other to set up a formation before fighting to the death. That was the reason why an emperor invented formation flags to make up for the weakness of the Tao of formations. The emperor was known as the Formation Emperor and he was one of the ancient emperors who was ranked alongside the Weapon Emperor who created the demon revealing mirror. Chapter 630, Green Robes, A Bloodied Path. Chapter 630, Green Robes, A Bloodied Path. The bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley did not only contain the legacies of the Daming and Fahua monasteries, there were also old massive items of the North region from the past as well as the legacy of the Great Qian Empire. Su Zimo was dormant at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley for 20 years isolated from the world. As such, his strength had already grown to a terrifying degree. His growth was not merely in terms of his comprehension of Buddhism. His understanding of formations deepened as time went by as well. The 3 formations were interlinked and it would be difficult to achieve the current effect if even one of them was missing. To the many mortals, something seemed to have happened to the high and mighty immortals up in the skies as they fell one after another. How could this be? Could the heavens be serving justice? In the midst of the mortals' confusion, a figure rose slowly into the skies. The person wore a set of green robes and had refined features. His expression was cold and there was a deep murderous look in his eyes as he wielded a blood-red saber. He looks familiar. He looks like... The old lady's mouth opened slightly as she stared at the figure in the skies with disbelief, muttering continuously, "It's him, it's him. Granny, who is that?" The child in her embrace also saw the figure in midair and asked out of curiosity. "Second young Master Su." "It's second young Master Su of the Su family," the old lady said with a trembling voice. Even after dozens of years, the old lady recognized Su Zimo right away. That was because even though dozens of years had passed, age left nothing on the face of second young Master Su and he looked the same as before. Su Zimo turned sideways and glanced at the old lady and child before nodding. The murderous look in his eyes softened considerably. The old lady was stunned. It was a familiar act and she felt like she had returned to the past in the blink of an eye. Even after turning into an immortal, second young Master Su had not changed. The child's eyes widened without blinking. This was an immortal as well. However, the child did not feel any fear or pressure from Su Zimo. The initially pounding heart of the child calmed down. Wielding Blood Quencher, Su Zimo stood in midair and looked down at the nascent souls who were scurrying to escape in Pingyang town with a mocking look in his eyes. "You're still trying to escape?" Su Zimo descended from the air with his arms raised and Blood Quencher buzzed loudly, as though it was extremely excited. He slashed down at the crowd. A blood beam burst forth. Boom! The crowd split into 2 and a ravine tore the ground asunder. 7 nascent souls were cleaved into 2 by the blood beam and their organs splattered onto the ground with a nauseating blood stench. This was the first time Blood Quencher consumed blood after its rebirth. The saber shone with a bright malevolent aura. Su Zimo moved and burst into the crowd in a flash. Blood Quencher swept horizontally. Buzz! A blood-colored ripple spread out across the air across the crowd. Poof! 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 Enveloped by the blood-colored ripple, more than 10 nascent souls had their heads sliced off with blood spewing, as though a sharp blade had cut them off. Their essence spirits were locked and perished on the spot without a chance to even escape. Fellow perfected lords, let's stop running. If we continue escaping, we'll definitely be killed by this beast one after another. Perfected Lord Yundu, hurry and dispel the formation while we fight against him to buy time for you. That's right. Let's join forces. Everyone shouted and regrouped together, sending forth a burst of blood chi towards Su Zimo. The perfected lords at the front were body-tempered warriors who released their blood chi and charged forward with dancing halberds and swords. Splash! Su Zimo's blood chi surged with the sound of tsunamis as he slashed in reverse with a shocking momentum. His saber stances resembled waves crashing onto shores. Clang! 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 Blood Quencher collided heavily against the weapons of the nascent souls and released a tremendous force that resembled an unstoppable tidal wave. Someone could not withstand it and spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. His palm was split and his weapon was repelled as he fell over. With their essence spirits and spirit energy restricted, the perfected lords were only left with their physiques and blood chi. However, none of them could compete against Su Zimo in terms of physique and blood chi. They wielded dermic weapons but they could not channel their dermic powers with their essence spirits restricted. As such, they could not unleash the true power of the dermic weapons and could not defend against the edge of Blood Quencher. Blood light flashed intermittently and the remaining nascent souls could not defend against Su Zimo's slaughter even when they grouped together. After obtaining the legacy of the Saber Emperor and this generation's Azura, Su Zimo's understanding of the saber had already reached a relatively frightening degree. There was the countercurrent, raging tides, vortex and ripple of the sea calming manual. There was the ghost howl, blood flow, hell, white bones, phantom and corpse of the Azura saber. At times, it was tough and resolute, at times, it was fluid as water, at times, it was majestic and mighty, at times, it was sinister and eerie. Blood Quencher drank an endless amount of fresh blood in the hands of Su Zimo. The blood gleam on the saber intensified as though Blood Quencher was getting excited. In the town, some mortals who were slightly more daring could not hold back their curiosity and opened a small gap in their doors to peek outside. Because of that, they caught sight of a scene that they would not forget for their entire lives. The immortal that was initially high and mighty and declared that he was going to leave no survivors in Pingyang town was now scurrying to escape in a pathetic manner without the grace of an immortal at all. A green-robed man wielded a blood-colored saber and strolled slowly along the long street, leaving corpses in his wake. Everywhere he passed, rivers of blood would be formed. It was a complete massacre. Immortals were killed. Against Su Zimo, the nascent souls with their essence spirits and spirit energies restricted were like fishes on a chopping block. The skies were turning brighter. At the borders of Pingyang town, perfected Lord Yundu focused wholeheartedly on dispelling the formation with sweat pouring down his forehead. The ancient spirit and essence lock formations were extremely complicated and even with his capabilities, it was difficult to dispel them in a short period of time. Thankfully, the trap formation that caused the fog was not too difficult. When he heard the tragic shrieks behind him, perfected Lord Yundu was even more panicked. However, he did not turn back to look. He could not afford to get distracted. Their only shot at survival was if he could dispel the trap formation as quickly as possible. Time slowly passed. A long time later, the fog dispersed. Perfected Lord Yundu heaved a sigh of relief and fell on his buttocks to the ground. His back was already drenched in sweat. A sliver of sunlight shone from the horizons and filled the small town, making it seem tranquil and peaceful. Suddenly, perfected Lord Yundu sensed something amiss. It was way too quiet. Unknowingly, the cries, shrieks and pleads for mercy behind him had vanished. Pitter, patter. Footsteps sounded. It was as though the person approaching was stepping on stone slabs covered in a sticky liquid. The footsteps came to a stop behind him. He felt a chill run down his spine. Perfected Lord Yundu did not dare to turn back. A blood-colored saber slowly made its way beneath his throat with a thick blood stench. The edge of the saber was extremely chilling. "You're the last one." A voice sounded faintly and indifferently without any emotions in his ears. A flash of blood appeared. Perfected Lord's head rolled off with fresh blood splattering. His head rolled a couple of times on the ground before facing Pingyang town. His eyes were widened. Green robes, a bloodied path. Two distinctly different colors triggered his final senses. His consciousness gradually faded into oblivion. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.